I am Marwan Cameron, and this is The Conduit. All right, y'all, I am back. As you know, it is August 22. It is Sunday in Kitsap County, 67 degrees. Not a bad day out there. Not bad at all. As you know, we are continuing our series on critical race theory. And as you know, this came about based on a guest speaker that was invited to a Poulsbo church. And he came out and had a conversation about, is critical race theory biblical? And then gave his critique. For a little bit of background, this person is on a hate list from the Southern Poverty Law Center for some things that he has espoused in the past. And there are several folks in the community that were alarmed at the fact that he was invited to the county to speak. And I wasn't at the church today, so I don't know if there are protests going on or not. There were two services today. I recorded, or I went live during the first one, so that people can know what's being said in our county on such an important topic and subject. There's a lot of divisiveness in our country right now. And with that being said, it's important that we know what's happening, right? We kind of look at things and we see them at this kind of macro level of the nation, senators, representatives going back and forth. And although it affects us, but it just feels kind of more indirect. But this is right here, 15-minute drive away from where I am, right? 7-minute drive from where my daughter lives. So these things are important, right? We do need to have these conversations. And I was asked if I would cover this, and I said, sure, I will use the Conduit platform to provide a space to have this conversation. And as I was saying, I think it is important for folks to speak, right? I think it's important to know what people have to say, what they're thinking. Good or bad, I think it's important. I really do. And now we know. Now we know. And so we'll respond to that today. So we're gonna let a few minutes pass and allow folks to kind of get in. I know that there's quite a bit of intention on some folks to go out to the Q&A tonight at 6 p.m. out at the Poulsbo Church. So, definitely if you are one of those folks, I would say definitely have your critical thinking cap on for your questions, your comments, and your responses. I think that is important, as I said before. And have the conversation. And have the conversation. Ultimately, I think that is where we will see any type of movement, if any movement can be gained. I will say he said a lot of interesting things during his presentation. And one of the things as we kind of go back into it is I felt as though in his critique, he came off as really kind of condemning those that have been oppressed and chastising them for how they feel, which is, I mean, kind of interesting when you think about it, right? So, however, your faith causes you to behave and maintain. I think being human does not mean that you are not angry and upset and that you just continue to turn the cheek while folks continue to oppress you. And he kind of brought that up in his conversation where it's he quoted a Bible verse forgiven 77 times, right? And I find that peculiar because that does not seem bi-directional. It seems like it's one way. And it feels like um, those that are in a place of power tell those that are not, you need to forgive. Just forgive. You need to forgive. Not 7 times, 77 times. But you don't see the forgiveness from them. And I find that problematic. And then we cherry pick Bible verses to support what it is we're trying to put forward, whatever point we're trying to prove, which I think is equally dangerous and unhelpful. So we're to continue to forgive while the transgressions of the dominant society continue on. So I find that very problematic. And to me, at the end, it really appeared as though um, he was really talking at the people. He quoted a story or a poem that a black woman wrote, and she was reflecting on her hate, wanting to hate. And in that, in her experience, in her prayer, asking to hate, she was asking for it because she still couldn't, even with the oppression that she was facing. And we don't seem to get that from the dominant society, right? We get law and order, we get justice and punishment, we get swiftness, we get mandatory minimums. So I think that's problematic. And I would surmise that if we were to behave as the dominant society has in the past, and in a lot of cases continue to do, they wouldn't accept from us forgive 77 times. They would want to rectify the situation quick, fast, and in a hurry. So that, definitely seems quite concerning. Quite concerning. So I hope you've had a chance to watch uh, the podcast and see what he had to say. So that you can reflect and provide some insight. I was having a conversation yesterday with someone, and the conversation was centered around change and how change, um, we're always advocating for change, we're always pushing for change, but how, right now in our current history, it feels like we have a different type of momentum, a different type of energy centered around change, and that it's a good thing, and that it's difficult um, because everybody doesn't want to change. Change is hard. It's difficult. It's challenging. It's going to cause you strife, pain, sacrifice. Change your way of thinking. Change your way of doing things. And so we're resistant to change, even when we know that on the other side of that change is something that we so very much want. Maybe it's to lose weight. Maybe it's to achieve a level of education, get that promotion. And so it causes us to make sacrifice and make decisions, to dedicate ourselves, to go without. We've got a lot of FOMO right now, right? Fear of missing out. So it can be difficult. But what we were conversating about is how it appears that there are many of us that are beginning to gather, and the noise and the issues and the drama that have held us up from working together in the past, those barriers have fallen away, or we have climbed over those barriers. We've finally seen those barriers. Um, I put it akin to you're looking at this obstacle that's in front of you, and you see it might be the same height as you, and you're like, oh man, there's no way I can climb it. I can't see how far it goes down to the left or to the right, and I'm just not gonna continue on. It's a barrier. Just can't do it. And so you're like, well, you know what? I'm gonna take a break here before I turn back. And you put your hand on the barrier, and the barrier falls over, and then you just step over. I think some of the barriers in our life appear to be really huge and insurmountable, and it's not always the case. And we work it up in our head that these things that we want to achieve, or the things that we want to get rid of in our lives, are bad habits. Creating good habits are so hard to do. And some of that challenge, looking at it from that lens, says, you know what, man, this is so hard. One, I'm going to put it off because I got to get myself ready for this barrier. Maybe I'm going to get a running start and try to jump over it. Maybe I'm going to just take a couple days and walk to the left or walk to the right and see how far this thing goes. But I got to get jazzed up for it so I can take a go at it. And then it falls over. And you're like, I ended up being my own barrier. So I think there's change that's happening right now. I think uh, there are collaborations that are beginning to blossom. There are relationships that are either being created or repaired, and you're seeing now um, some uniqueness in solving problems. They say there are power in numbers, and this is true. Now, the challenge is how many more can we bring to us, and how long will they stay? Is it a fair weather relationship? Or at the first sign of strife or disagreement, will that relationship fizzle out and everyone run back to their corners? It could happen. Let me get this out of the way. And for that other video, copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances made for fair use purposes such as education, nonprofit, etc., etc. If you need a meal, give us a call, 360-373-3000. We do meal deliveries on Thursday. If you have school-age children and you would like meals for them, we are providing 2 meals a day delivered to your home. Again, give us a call, 360-373-3000. Should you need transportation, go ahead and give us a call. So we're here to serve you, make your life a little bit easier, and keep some of those resources in your pocket. If you're watching us on Facebook or Twitch, you can follow us on YouTube. Go ahead and type in my name, Marwan Cameron, and you will see the conduit. We ask that you subscribe, like, and share. Set your reminders, because I do go on often really late at night as the days are long. And there are meetings and all kinds of other things to do during the day. If you're following us on Twitch or on YouTube, you can also follow us on Facebook at Gather Together, Grow Together, and or at my page, Marwan Cameron. Tomorrow, or I should say, we are still providing free transportation for vaccination or KEPA appointments. So if you need rental assistance, or you know someone who needs rental assistance, if you are a renter and you're renting your space to someone and they are not paying their rent, or they're not able to pay the total rent, we may be able to help you. Give us a call. Of course, we always could use your help. Yesterday was Seahawks, so the team went and helped our mission yesterday at the Seahawks preseason game against the Denver Broncos. I believe there is one more preseason game, and then the season starts. I can tell you what, it's pretty electric at the stadium. The Sounders can get pretty crazy, but yeah, there's nothing like the Seahawks. There's nothing like the Seahawks. All right. So what I want to do is I'm going to begin playing the presentation that the gentleman made. And if you noticed, I think in the last 3 days, I've not said his name. And that is on purpose. As one, he is quite a controversial person. And so, and two, right now we just want to dissect the message, not the person. I think that's where a lot of people fall flat on their arguments. Someone who you don't like could tell the truth. Someone who you do like could lie or be inaccurate, make a mistake. See, both of those things can be true. And sometimes we get caught up in hearing and understanding a message because of the messenger. In that regard, I probably would almost be better served just playing the audio, honestly. But let's go ahead and bring him in. All right. So as I said, I'll stop this quite a bit and have commentary. If you want to add commentary, you may. If you want to join me here on the podcast, just let me know and I will send you the link so that you can come on. All right.
So we do that, and that's our call. Tonight we'll be gathering. We don't normally have a evening gathering, but we will be gathering tonight at 6 p.m. There'll be a panel discussion, and so you're invited. Hope that you can be a part of that as well. So we've invited Joseph back home to be with us. I'm going to invite him to come on out right now and introduce Joseph to you. Well, I think he's here. So, Joseph. There he is. Okay, there he is right there. So come on out. And thanks for being a part of today. we talked earlier, and it really was a question of how do we live this out in the biblical way, right? And
That's right.
We'll be introducing to you tonight a video. It's just a little short video that really answers the question: is critical race theory?
So I will, if that is broadcast, then I will also broadcast that video at 6. Because again, I think that's important, right? This is a prominent church in Paulsbo. Looking at their setup for their church service, it also seems like a church that is doing pretty well financially. So my assumption is that this congregation probably has some decision makers in the community. And so if they're against critical race theory, then they are likely to be able to influence and steer what happens in our schools and in our places of work. Okay?
Biblical, but you're here today, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And
thank you, Tom.
God bless you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm glad that you guys are here, and I hope you're glad to be here. This is something of a homecoming for me, and I know that there are going to be many friendly faces in the audience today, and so I'm blessed that you guys were going to come. When we scheduled this a couple months ago or whatever it was, I was thinking, I'd actually moved it from next weekend to this weekend for my schedule, and I was thinking, well, it's the middle of August, that's kind of prime vacation season in Washington. There's probably not even going to be anybody there. And I was expecting that people would be otherwise engaged, but I'm thrilled to see that some people are interested in this conversation. And the truth is, this question is critical race theory biblical? For those of you who are interested in that question, we're going to talk about that a little bit. But I hope that the course of this conversation would allow us to basically apply this to any conversation that we have, because the goal of our lives as believers is to ask the question: is blank biblical? Is everything biblical? And that's the framework through which we approach our lives. And so that's the goal today, is to figure out if...
I personally have a concern about that, right? As I said before, I think the best arguments are arguments that can acknowledge the good in a situation and also acknowledge the bad. And so for someone to present something where it's, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And not only am I going to form the question in a way that is going to discount CRT in any form, right? I'm going to give you the tools that if we just hold this up against the question, is it biblical? All right, Rev, I will send it to you. Then you can discount anything you want, and there's nothing that can be said. I'm gonna go ahead and send the link to the Rev here really quick. So I think that's dangerous. And so you see this oftentimes with the Koch brothers. Other institutions where they give talking points to politicians, other people that are going to check your email, Rev. Other people that are going to advocate for whatever their point is, for or against. And that goes for the left too. So I'm not picking on the Republicans. And so I think that that's dangerous, right? And so what his argument is, just straight out, is, hey, CRT is bad, and we're going to look at it through the lens of, is it biblical? And because it is not, then you need to dismiss this. This is not good for Christians or Christianity, right? But isn't that what he's doing here?
Critical race theory, and I have lost the cursor on my screen. Okay, it's back. It's going to make it easier for me to do things. So the starting assumptions for our conversation today, for those of us who are Christians, foundation of this conversation and basically every conversation we ever have. First thing we need to understand, God created us, right? If you're struggling with that one, this conversation is going to be confusing. Second, he knows what's best for us. Okay? That's our second assumption. And our third assumption is the Bible is true. It holds the key to human flourishing. If God knows what's best for us, he has actually made that knowable to us. And that truth, as revealed to us in Scripture, actually contains the key to human flourishing for your life, for my life, for our nation, for the world, for our community, for the library, wherever it is. The truth of Scripture holds the key to human flourishing. To the extent that we apply it to our lives, it goes better for us. To the extent that we try to reject that, as we did in Genesis chapter 3 and have been doing ever since, we create trouble for ourselves, right? That's the human story. We are all oppressors in that sense. And
we're all oppressors in that sense. See, the challenge that I have here is what I was saying earlier, right? Christian church has many denominations, lots of different ways to interpret the Bible. So it really just depends on whose interpretation. And so in this regard, I almost feel like his argument is predicated on, hey, CRT is not in the Bible, so it's not biblical. And I'm going to pick a few scriptures that support my point. So therefore, it's bad and we can reject it. A Bible is a resource that has been written over 2,000 years ago. Computers aren't in the computer. All right, I've got a call coming in. Let me go ahead and answer this. Hello, you are on the conduit. How are you? Can you hear me? All right, we got a phone call coming in. Let's make sure that this is connected here. All right, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Hey, Marwan.
Hey, how you doing? You are on the conduit. You are live.
How is everything going on that side of the water?
Well, you know, it's going right now. We are in the midst of reviewing the presentation. If you wouldn't mind, would you, I sent you the link. Would you click it, and whether you cam up or not, you'd be able to hear us, and they will be able to hear you a little bit better.
All right, let me see if I can get on. Did you send that link in my email?
I did.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
All right. So as I said, we were live. We were having a conversation yesterday, and I think we both have Macs. We couldn't figure out how to hang up from a FaceTime conversation, so it was pretty crazy. So Rev, she's getting off. She's going to come on also. And Rev says he keyed in on that comment also. Yeah, I should pop this up there. See if that works.
that we have rejected God and we have gone our own way and that we have contributed to the pain in the world. The beauty of Scripture is that God has provided answers for us. Now, because we are in a spiritual battle, we know, and Scripture reveals this to us in many ways, bad ideas exist. And this is also part of the foundation. I want to talk just a couple ways which Scripture reveals this to us. In Colossians 2:8, see to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit according to human tradition, according to the elemental spirits of the world, and not according to Christ. Okay, so Paul in this letter to the Colossians is recognizing this spiritual war between good and evil, truth and lies that always exists, and recognizing that in the world we are always being exposed to things that are not true. There are people for good and out of good motives and sometimes out of very bad motives who are trying to deceive us, to tell us things that aren't true for their gain, for our harm, some combination of the two of those. That's always happening. Ephesians 4:14.
So let me stop there. Rev says, but we are not all oppressors, nor can we be, which is what he is doing. Yeah, especially when you're shutting down the conversation, right? So that intellectual dishonesty is saying, hey, you know what? I don't like the fact that I am the transgressor in your story. And so therefore, I'm not even going to look and hear what it is that you're saying. I'm just going to say, you know what? This isn't biblical, so I'm going to reject it. It's bad. Okay. And then as far as him quoting the Bible verses, see to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy or empty deceit, according to the human tradition, according to the element spirits of the world, and not according to Christ. I would submit to you exactly how would one go about that? Because you have to move about the world, right? And everything is worldly. So you couldn't operate in the world if you're rejecting all philosophy. If you reject our judicial system, if you object our educational system, if you object our military, right? There's a philosophy that we are the world police. So his argument doesn't make any sense on its face. His Ephesians verse, so that we may no longer be children to and fro by the waves carried about in every wind of doctrine by human, sorry, it's really tiny, by doctoral schemers. I believe that's what that says. So he had an analogy of being on a ship, right? And I actually feel what he's saying in regards to our politicians, where the winds and the sea, the wind are Republicans and the sea are the Democrats. And as they fight against each other, we're in the boat. And every 4 years or so, unless they get reelected, we go where the sea takes us, or we go where the wind takes us. And right now, the sea, being the Democrats, we're sailing on the Democratic seas. And we got to hold on and go for the ride. And 4 years previous, we had to deal with the Republican winds. And on both sides, there's Christians on both sides, God-fearing, Bible-thumping Christians that have interpreted the scripture in harmful ways and have given them license to either do damage, do evil, do bad, or benignly neglect, which I think this is the avocation here, right? We reject CRT. It's not biblical. I acknowledge racism exists. It's, hey, I made the statement, now on to the next. That's it. I acknowledge it exists and it's bad, but all this over here. Benign neglect. And as you'll hear him say later, oh, well, there's no way to fix it. I mean, it's always going to be with us. So, until God returns, you'll hear him say that later.
So that we may no longer be children, tossed to and fro by the waves, carried about by every wind of doctrine. And I love kind of the imagery of James uses this also about being a ship blown about by the wind, by human cunning, by craftiness and evil schemes. That we need to understand the truth. We have to have our anchor firmly in the Word of God, because there are all sorts of doctrines, ideas, philosophies that are trying to pull us away from that. This is not a new experience. Critical race theory is not the first time something has ever come up that might be inconsistent with the gospel, and you probably came up with something last week. So, right, we're all going to kind of own this in various ways.
I'd also argue, what is perfect and in line with the gospel of any gospel? Anything?
So, what is critical race theory? And I'm going to do the answer to this question a terrible injustice, because we could really take about 3 days trying to figure this out. And there is, as best I can tell, there is no consensus answer to this question, even among the proponents of critical race theory. I have thrown up there, and you probably can't read it because it's very small. This is the Wikipedia definition, and I go to Wikipedia just so you know this isn't like some right-wing cabal definition of what critical race theory is. And I'll read this to you. It's obtuse and it's kind of hard to get through, but just for this purpose of the exercise, critical race theory is a body of legal scholarship and academic movement of U.S. civil rights scholars and activists who seek to critically examine the intersection of race and U.S. law and challenge the mainstream American liberal approaches to racial justice. CRT examines social, cultural, legal issues primarily as they relate to race and racism in the United States. Got it?
As I said before, right? They made this plan months ago for him to come on. And if you go to YouTube, you can see that he's talked about these things even months previous to that. So to just use Wikipedia as his working definition is disingenuous, right? He's creating an argument based on a falsehood. And we understand, as we were looking at arguments and analyzing whether something is good or bad or effective or not effective, whatever it is that we're looking at, there is something where we know what the intent is and what's being said. So what is the intent of CRT? No, there is no perfect vehicle for anything. Hey there, Koye. How you doing?
Hello. Hey, everybody.
You are live on the Conduit. We are just about 6 minutes in on this gentleman's presentation here, and he just gave us a working definition of CRT that he got off of Wikipedia. And what I was saying was how disingenuous that argument is to form a base on such a fallacy of just Googling Wikipedia. And there's a difference between understanding what people are trying to do with CRT versus just leaning into the misnomers, the inaccuracies, the stereotypes, the myths of, or the demonization of CRT, and saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to build my argument based on that. I'm going to tear it down, and boom, we're done. See? What are your thoughts on that, Okoye?
I wasn't there to see his presentation. I wasn't there to hear his arguments. But I can tell you that when you're talking about critical race theory, it is not a theory. It is actual history. It actually is our ability to address our nation's longstanding history of racism. And we have to from that standpoint. They can label it and they can brand it whatever they want to, but it all stems from our history here in this nation, the enslavement of African people that was a slave to the Americas. It has to do with our indigenous community was exterminated and land stolen. Um, they can soften it and call it whatever they want to, but it is oppression, enslavement, discrimination, and the list on. We have to come to point. We have to deal with our own history, the the atrocities in our nation's history, and we move forward. Otherwise, we won't be able to reconcile or be able to even move our nation forward in 2021 to bring this nation to a place. It's time for us to
You're kind of breaking up there, Okoye.
reconcile all
All right, Okoye is having some difficulties. So what we're going to do is we'll continue on. We're going to have her come back in. Sometimes that's all that needs to happen for the signal to start working out a little bit better. So we'll let her come back in. Let's go ahead and continue playing. But what she was saying is absolutely correct, right? In regards to, I think she was supporting more eloquently what I was saying yesterday, right? History, the history of the United States needs to be taught. What actually happened, not the sanitized version, not the whitewashed version. And until we do that, we're not going to see the resolution or really see this country move forward in positive ways. I was just summarizing what you were saying there, Quay. Let me go ahead and play part of this so you can hear what this gentleman had to say.
Right? So that, again, there's so much to say about what this means. And there is a great debate within the critical race theory about whether critical race theory is simply a tool that allows us to understand and examine whether racism exists and what role it's played in our country, or whether critical race theory is a worldview. And the reality is, both people are kind of probably right in the sense that they want it to be right, because we're fighting about a definition and there's no actual fixed definition of these things. And it has been used as a way to examine things. But the most of our conversation is about what the implications of its assumptions are and how that does lead to a worldview, how it leads to a set of assumptions, it leads to a hierarchy in the way we prioritize things that are important in life that are not consistent with the hierarchy and the values that we see God wants for us in Scripture.
So I'm going to pause there because I think what's important is as we look at anything in theory, in an analysis, then we have to make some assumptions and then we have to check those assumptions. So again, it's intellectually dishonest to say, well, they're just making assumptions, but these aren't just throwing assumptions out there. These assumptions that are being suggested are already steeped in the history that's already passed. In the history of slavery, redlining, the civil rights era, Jim Crow era, prison industrial complex, as I was said before. So these aren't just wild assumptions that just came from anywhere. They have a base that's based in history. And what it sounds like he's almost saying is, well, CRT wasn't crafted from a religious standpoint. And so therefore this tool cannot be used. Which It's just not a sound argument at all. Okay, I see you over there. You have a very low Wi-Fi bar there. You've got like 1 bar. I think that is the challenge. So I hope you can hear for now until we can work out your sound there. Please type in the chat so you don't miss
So
this.
I'm going to do my best to outline this in a way that would be accepted by proponents of critical race theory, as we kind of just describe what this is. So we have a target that we're going to kind of try to deal with.
Now, he just made an assumption there also, right? So he said, I'm going to describe it in a way that I think the proponents of critical race theory would be happy with. Well, who did he check with? Remember, he just got it off of Wikipedia. Facts. How you doing there, Rev?
I'm good.
All right. This is Reverend Michael Ellington, everyone, who is on the conduit with us. And Okoye Vargas is back, too, with a stronger signal. So let's get back into it really quick. I want to get as much of him as possible so you can respond before I lose you.
And be able to define this. So there are 4 claims of critical race theory that we're going to discuss. There are certainly more than this, but these 4 kind of, I think, describe what we're dealing with. First, there is a social binary of oppressed and oppressors. We're not going to get into the heritage of this. Karl Marx was basically the critical theorist. Understand him to be the first kind of real critical theorist. He never used that term, but he kind of...
So here's the deal. Again, when people are making arguments that don't make any sense, look for the dog whistle, look for the buzzwords.
Mm-hmm.
So a theory, right, automatically is Marxist. All theories can't be Marxist, right? And then he goes on to say himself that, hey, Karl Marx never used this vocabulary, but I'm going to make the connection. So this has nothing to do with Marxism. And if we're going off of his claim of CRT, and you're saying that there's a social binary, right? Binary being either or, there's an oppressor or an oppressor, right? There's a winner or a loser. Then that is the lens to which we're looking at it, right? What are your thoughts on that, Rev?
All right, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, first, thanks for having me on, brother. I appreciate it. Man, just so I have a lot to say, just off of his opening statements, his opening premise, is so fallible. He's way off the mark, and I'm very saddened and concerned about the individuals that have walked away thinking they have a better understanding and grasp of CRT. And, I think he's doing a lot more damage than good in the community. And, it's gonna take a concerted effort to try and fix that damage. We don't know who all he's reached, and who all they're going to reach, but this is definitely damage to the community. He's making a lot of very far-reaching claims and connections, like you just stated, that just don't mash up. And so I really want to and I plan on coming back this evening if I have the time. But I really want to be able to watch it in its entirety and be able to dissect a little bit more of what he was saying. I've seen a couple of bits and pieces, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we may end up doing is we'll go through this evening, because we've got to stop at 6 so that I can cover the video that they're going to show tonight. But what we'll do is we'll definitely schedule another time and just make sure that everyone's kind of at their computers. Like, I hear you're in your car, right? And we can actually kind of dive into it. And even I started to create a PowerPoint and pull some Bible verses out based on what he was saying. And, I had an hour to do that. I had to get up and run to Walmart and do other things. So,
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah,
Okoye is
the
back.
very first Bible verse that he used with Colossians, you know, he was demonstrating, you know, the exact thing that he's arguing against. It's like you're doing what the Bible verse says not to do. You know, you're philosophizing, you know, this your opinion on this, and you know, like you're totally taking it out of context, taking the Bible verse out of context. But then, you
Mhm.
know, even when you use it in the context in which you're using it, you're guilty of doing what it is you're saying that ought not be done. So
Absolutely.
yeah, it was quite interesting. But I don't know
Mhm.
if people were smart enough to pick up on that.
Well, and I think that's what it is, right? Is, you know, if I give you a Bible verse and I give you my interpretation of it, right, to kind of support what I'm saying, it sounds good.
Yeah.
And you know that's what happens with one, with low information voters, right? We see that a lot. But then
Mm-hmm.
two, we see it
Mm-hmm.
where, you know, folks are busy. And this is something I was saying the other day, right? You're busy, you're taking care of your kids, you're trying to make sure that, you know, they have housing and you have everything you need, and you're running the gambit of life, and you don't have a lot of time to philosophize on, you know, what is CRT? Is it bad? Is it good? And these things and that. And so then someone comes along who you respect, or you think you respect, or seems as though they're an authority, and they're saying some of the same things that you've heard in social media or on Fox News or somewhere else, or maybe someone who is in your echo chamber, and you're like, "Yep, that's right," and I don't even really question it now.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
challenge. That's the challenge.
Definitely. Definitely.
Really in a different context outside of race, framed the world in terms of oppressors and the oppressed. And so critical theory sets up the world that we live in. There are oppressors and there are oppressed. And significantly, the oppressors are always trying to oppress the oppressed. That's kind of the starting assumption about the way the world operates. The second thing that
And so again, this is an assumption, right? Because we're looking at critical race theory. This is based in the oppressor, right, being the dominant society, and we're looking at it from the lens of slavery, what happened to indigenous people, up through civil rights, Jim Crow, prison industrial complex today, right? So the oppressor is still oppressing. So that is an accurate assumption, and it's no longer assumption, is now truth. Okoye, thoughts on that?
You know, this is it's funny that we have to be talking about this in 2021. We understand our history. We're not ignorant to where we've come from over all of these 400 years. And so we have a clear understanding of what we need to do as we move forward. We're talking about uh, uh, teaching the truth and history of this country. And we shouldn't even be teaching other histories or other people's uh, uh, curriculums if we can't even teach our own. I'm going to say it like that.
Well, amen.
First, we have to begin to deal with our own history. And we're talking about not only teaching our own and our own, we need to teach our own past, and we need to talk about America's cultural history and heritage, whether it is healthy or unhealthy. We
Mhm.
need to start from that standpoint, and not only from a colonized lens. It has to be equitable from its foundation. And what are we talking about? You know, we're over here going around and around the mulberry bush about critical race theory. And I'm glad that you said it's a theory, but we need to be talking about the truth of our history here in this nation, period. And so when they try to begin to get us off track with all of these theories and all of these assumptions, or all of these, branding of what they want to call it, whether they want to call it this or they want to call it that, we have to pull it back to let's let's stay on track with the truth here. And let us begin to start from that standpoint, because we cannot continue to perpetuate lies. Lies have got us into the trouble that we're in now, with racial tensions, all kinds of racism, all kinds of oppression. If we really want to start with truth and reconciliation, let's do it in a way that we start from the foundational principles of truth and telling the truth about our own history here in this nation.
So what I hear you say, Oye, is the reason why CRT, which is not new, right? This started in the 80s, right? The reason why it's still relevant today is because America, the dominant society, will not acknowledge the history, that they've buried the history, that they've twisted the history, right? I was just saying earlier, you've got Black Wall Street, and facts are still coming out. And there was more than one Black Wall Street. They did this to many towns. Hey, they bombed Flint. There were so many different things that have happened, not in the far past, right? Slavery is 400 years. Black Wall Street was 100 years. Flint was a few years ago. George Floyd was last year, right?
Yep. I mean, if we really want to understand the culture and the history and to better understand where we are now, we got to start telling the truth. We just have to begin from that standpoint. And then we can begin to start moving towards reconciliation, being able to level the playing field with decolonizing our educational system, because I do believe the root cause of all of this is because our educational system, which tends to simply follow European colonized dominant systems and models, have kept us dealing what we're dealing with now.
Jump in there, Rev. What's your thought?
Yeah, so a couple of things. He began with the which I thought was very disingenuous and just very hurtful by beginning with the telling the people that, one, there's no consensus on a definition of what critical race theory is, when actually there is. I mean, the architects of critical race theory, would definitely argue that there's a clear definition of what it is, right? And then he goes and does like the most absurd thing is pull up a Wikipedia. Any professor will tell you, like, hey, don't get information from Wikipedia, right? Like, come on, that's an insult, right? So like you went to, like, even high school students aren't allowed to use Wikipedia, right? Like, come on, go to a valid source. But anyway, which we did. When we talked about this, we pulled up peer-reviewed articles and discussed it or whatever. I'm not gonna get into that. Second,
right.
Thing I want to say is, right, that the whole thing around critical race theory, which has broadened its horizon and moved into various different fields. It started out primarily under the legal system. These are a bunch of lawyers, they got together or whatever, right? The whole thing about critical race theory is being able to put a finger on those non-tangible things that as Black folks we know we experience and we go through, and that affects us on a very tangible level, but we cannot clearly articulate because it's so subtle, right? And so that's what critical race theory is. It shines this broad spotlight on these issues that affect the Black community, and say, like, hey, this is real, is measurable, and it's tangible, right? So just for instance, like I said, this started in the with lawyers, started out of the courtrooms and things like that. For example, like the like, we all know it. You go into a courtroom, 9 out of 10, you're gonna have a 9 out of 10. If the defendant is Black, the rest of the courtroom is going to be white, right? So you got a white judge, white prosecutor, white jury, and so there's a inherent bias there, right? But it's not something that we can like really put our fingers on, because they're gonna wag their finger and say, oh no, we went by the rules, right? But then you look at the outcome and you'll say, okay, well, disproportionately, all of your black defendants are getting, on average 10 to 20 year more sentences for the same crimes, right? You'll look at, so critical race theory begins to address those type of issues, right? And so when he starts off by saying like, hey, there's no clear definition on what it is, right? Then that's very disingenuous. Then when he goes on to say, well, we're all oppressors. That's not true. We're not in a position to oppress. We're not, we don't have blanket power. We don't have, centuries of ingrained wealth and mentality and so forth to say like, okay, we have power to oppress the white, our white brethren, right? We can't do that. We're not in a position to do that. Despite, and they'll like this, they'll bring up, oh, well, you had a black president. Okay, we had a black president with a white vice president, a white Congress, and everything else. We're not in a position, we have never been in a position, and we're currently still not in a position to oppress. So therefore, we cannot all be oppressors, right? And so what he does is he jumps from, like a national outlook to a global outlook and back and forth. And he wants to intertwine these two and really mix up the conversation instead of like staying on level and say like, hey, we're going to look at this from this point of view, and then we're going to deal with it from this point of view. But when you're jumping back and forth, between like a national, regional, and a global outlook, then yeah, you can kind of twist things up, to kind of fit, this dismissive, theory to say, hey, just dismiss it, because it's not biblical. What
Well,
does
here's
that
one
mean
thing
to
too,
be
Rev.
biblical? Go ahead.
Rev, here's one thing too. One thing that he said was, hey, when we were kids, this is how we define this, as if definitions have to remain static, that definitions can't change as we evolve. And so racism, the definition of what racism was in the past isn't what we operate under now. Racism has to do with power, right? It's the reason why there's no such thing as reverse racism, because there's a power dynamic.
Exactly.
So you must have that power to oppress that person. It doesn't work the other way. But to say, well, this is how we grew up and this is how we understand the definition, kind of goes back to what Okoye is saying, right? That Eurocentric viewpoint. Well, this is how we've always done it, and this is right. So unless you're doing it this way, we don't identify with that. And that is the problem, that you don't give space for other folks to come in. Let me play a little bit more of this.
They said this oppression happens in part through ideology, which is called hegemonic power. Now, what in the world is hegemonic power? And I actually have some quotes here that I'm not going to spend the time to read because it's.
Can you stop right there? Can you stop right there?
Academic, and we got too much.
Okay, so I caught the end when he was going through the forum and he brought up that hegemonic power. He really reached deep in the bag for that one right there. Like you bring out this like really obscure word, to try and like, make yourself sound, smart or like, what you're talking about, when all you really had to say was sovereign, like you're the leader, like you just that there was a ploy, a trick from the devil right there. And I did not like how he did that. Like, come on. You could have left that in the dictionary, bro.
I'm with you. Let me play a little bit more so Okoye can hear the full piece of that.
Go through. But basically, in my house, my kids and I are the hegemonic powers for our dogs, right? We determine how things go. And in the same way, my wife and I are the hegemonic powers in our household for our children. Hegemonic power is a real thing. It exists. But critical race theory sets up hegemonic power always as a problem and something to be overthrown because it's used in bad ways. And again, I talked about these.
Is hegemonic power not used in bad ways? The policy that is created by our government, the policy that is created by our justice system, the policy that is created by our educational system, the policy that is created by our housing system. I could go on and on. So that hegemonic power is ran by the dominant society. That is the problem that we are stating.
But critical race theory doesn't set up hegemonic power as being like, the issue. It doesn't. Critical race theory, what that statement that he just said about hegemonic power and critical race theory is totally false. Like, that's his opinion. That's not the truth of it. That's an opinion that he stated as to be fact.
Well, and both things can be true, right? Is that it is false, but then also using his own logic, it can be also disproved, right? So he's wrong on two fronts. Okoye?
I'm looking at the nature and the foundation of our educational systems. They reinforce inequities. They are stimulating inequitable practices, policies, and procedures. And they are the exact forms of discrimination from a supremacist and racial and cultural unjust practice. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. They wouldn't even have to defend critical race theory. They wouldn't even be having all of these debates about it.
Amen.
So because they like to get us all caught up in critical race theory and not even addressing the real issues. And the real issue is about their systems that they have continually perpetuated and continually want to keep in place. So if we can go running off in the reeds and everybody can get all upset about critical race theory, as long as we are all upset about critical race theory, we're not looking at all of those inequitable practices and all of those policies they put in place in the educational system. Otherwise, they'll be teaching whole history and not being selective and teaching a curriculum that is based on lies.
Let me build on that, Okoye. Here's the issue. When we talk about systemic, right?
Yes.
The system is designed to continue to go, right? And it's designed because you've got those on the right that are against it. And so they argue against it. But then you have those on the left that just continue to put forth and antagonize the right and say, oh, it's CRT, when really what it is actually just teaching U.S. history in truth.
In truth.
Amen.
And we watch that on MSNBC. We watch it on CNN.
We
watch it from all the left-wing pundits that are continuously attacking and talking about Trump, but they're not talking about the issues of police brutality and everything else that's continuing to happen after George Floyd, right? So as long as this distraction is going on, the left and the right are both complicit. And that is the system as it stands. And that's why CRT is necessary.
Amen. The problem with this, and you both said it, very eloquently, and I'm gonna, dumb it down. They want to keep talking about how much sugar is in the Kool-Aid and not the fact that you got us drinking the Kool-Aid.
All right now.
I would rather that we be talking about how we're going to develop a course in education and instructional management, creating a new generation of strong educators and directors, administrators, superintendent, board members with the intent and have their intent on renovating our school systems and redesigning all of and decolonizing and deconstructing all of the systems that have been so harmful for us up to date. And I'm like, okay, so we're all talking about the CRT. We're not talking about addressing our school systems and the institutions that recognize these inequities and those whom the systems and the instructions have rejected. We already know they've rejected the indigenous history in this nation. They've rejected the enslavement history. They've rejected every other. They'll teach everything. They'll teach you French, Spanish, all of these things, but they won't teach you their own history that
That's
continues to perpetuate all of this. So, I'm
that's
like, okay, all right. This is
and
where we are at this point of time in our nation, dealing with all of these systems. But what they recognize is these systems are falling. These systems are being deconstructed even as we speak. They might not happen as quick as we would like them to, but they are actually crumbling because you can't stand on a lie forever.
right, right. And I would tell you this, I submit to you this, that this conversation here and the conversations of this type are the keystone to the new tabernacle, right? That we are calling it out, where before we would get caught up into the argument as we normally would. But now we can see through, we can see the devil's trick. We know what it is. We're going to call it out today, and then we're going to do exactly what you said going forward.
Well, I can say this last thing. Well, I don't know if it's the last thing because we might continue to talk.
Oh, yeah,
But
we're going to continue.
education, let's just talk about education. Education must be inclusive in its practice. And if not, it's miseducation. And are we going to continue to miseducate our children's and the children in this nation and those within the educational systems to continue these miseducated systems to continue to flourish? We've got to ask ourselves those questions. I don't think we're really asking the right questions that we need to be putting on the table. How long shall we continue to miseducate our children? Because other children from other nations know more about our history than our own children in this nation know about their own history.
Can
Right
can
now,
I,
you can only tell so much truth today, okay, Okoye?
can I,
Only so
can I,
much truth.
yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Go ahead, Rev.
I want to just say this last bit, and I'm gonna have to log off here, unfortunately. But I will. Anyway, listen. I am so glad that we see happening what we see happening. It's the enemy really doesn't change his tricks. It's the same trick of distraction. You know, like I said, trying to get you to talk about how much sugar in the Kool-Aid versus the fact that you got to drink in the Kool-Aid. You know, the problem is with this particular one, right? That they're trying this whole distraction game on, and this is only the beginning. Salvo, right? Because they're gonna try and come back with a different frame of attack once they realize this isn't working, because this distraction game. What the problem with this one is, right? When they try and play the distraction game, it only highlights furthermore the truth of CRT, right? So this is only the beginning. When you see that they are so worried and so concerned that they're going into the church houses, trying to preach it, and on a local level, they're grassrooting this. They're very concerned about it. They're very concerned by it. And as Sister Okoye just said, you can only stand on a lie for so long. It's crumbling. They're afraid. Their numbers are in decline. They're not reproducing on the levels that they want to. They're no longer going to be the dominant race in this country, let alone globally. Their numbers are declining, and so you're seeing a more colorful, world beginning to emerge. And so these are just like those dying kicks. And so I'm gonna leave it there, bro. I keep in touch with you. We'll talk more. Sister Koye, it's a pleasure to meet you. I love hearing what you have to say, and I hope to hear from you more All right. God bless you guys. And
Hey, Rev, thanks for coming on. At 6 p.m., they're going to be showing the video. We'll still be live because that's only in 45 minutes. So if you do end up with more time, come back on because we'll still be going probably around 7. So
Okay.
if you get the time, just jump back on. Use the same link.
Okay. God bless you. Bye now.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and continue the video there, Koye.
Read them. You can come see these later, kind of from critical race theorists' perspective, talking about what hegemonic power is. But essentially, it's this idea that there are powerful people within a dynamic, and they kind of set the rules. They define what common sense is. They define what normative is. And that kind of thing does exist. The third claim of CRT, lived experience gives the oppressed special access to the truth. So in this framework, your experience is true to you. My experience is true to me. And we have to defer to other people's experience as the ultimate truth, even if it may collide with other ways in which truth could be described and defined. And we're going to talk about that as we go. Now, and actually,
Do you want to comment on that, Koye?
I'm listening. I'm trying to understand. But when you're talking about re-languaging and rebranding and remarketing things to justify or to really make your point, I stand back. I listen. Because I'm trying to understand where the brother's coming from. I want to be able to step back, come in here, and even examine my own bias. But when you're trying to justify mess, I'm just like, you have to come with some stronger foundational information about what you're talking about. And right now, you don't even know what you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, those are facts. What is your response to his number 3 on what CRT is trying to assert in regards to those that have been oppressed have a special truth?
I really feel bad for those that are getting caught up in all of this rhetoric and all of this misinformation, and because people will stand on what they believe, and I'm sorry that they have to believe a lie and be able to really with all their heart and their fervent about what they believe, and that's even God gives us the right to he gives us that right to choose what we will and what we won't do, what we believe and what we don't believe, and all of these things. But when you're standing on principles that begin to oppress or begin to inflict violence and other things upon other human beings, and then you justify it with language that's soothing to you, I think it's a form of sickness.
Yeah, you think about the reason why truth is necessary is when you think about the indigenous, all the bodies that were found from the school kids, right?
Yes.
Their
Yes.
truth has never been told. When we talk about the buzzword, or we can say Black Wall Street, and I did a podcast on many of the other cities that had been destroyed, right?
Yeah.
But because they hid it.
Well, they don't want to talk about that. That's that erasure.
Right. That's why we have a special truth, because it's never been told, right? There's a saying that, the victor is the one that tells the story, right? The winner tells the story. The loser doesn't get their story told. They're typically wiped out.
Yeah, it's erased. And one of the things that I would say is and I don't want to, I don't want to use words like that, but every dog got his day. Everybody has to answer and be accountable. No, none of us get away. We don't get away. What we sow, we eventually reap. We do. They can call it karma, they can give it whatever language it does, but whatsoever man soweth, he gonna reap it, whether good or bad. And so we have to examine what we're doing in this life, and we have to understand that we'll have to answer for that one day. And this nation has never had to face all of the atrocities that it has inflicted upon the indigenous native people of this land, or the enslaved, stolen people that they brought here. I will continue to say, I come from a stolen people brought to a stolen land. I know from that standpoint that we came here not on our own. And we were brought to a nation that had been stolen from the native and indigenous people that lived here. So we from the beginning came into this system. From the very inception and foundation came into this system. And that system has continued to be perpetuated for in time immemorial from the time we got here.
It absolutely.
So what are we going to do with when are we going to talk about that?
We're doing
because
it
that's
now.
real. I mean, that's real. And we can say, oh, that it's not in we're talking about systemic. We came into that. So systemic racism, systemic oppression. Yes, we're all caught up in it. Black, white, red, everybody that stepped their foot here. Because those are the foundational practice and principles that they laid that foundation from the time we created. And this is the other thing they say that, oh, we built this nation. No, you didn't build this nation. You created systems of oppression in this nation. No, you didn't create the United States. No, those lands belong to our indigenous and tribal peoples that lived here for thousands of years before you brought yourself here. It didn't just poof up out the air. No. You conquered and you went over there and stole and conquered and set up systems that continue to perpetuate those same oppressions in this nation. And we're not talking about none of that. I'm just not. I'm under the assumption I just can't fool myself like that. And I just can't. I just can't keep living on a lie. We know it's a lie, but there's no. We can't heal anything we don't want to acknowledge, and that's the problem. We want to be able to heal, but I don't know how we're going to get there if we can't even come to the table and begin to have the conversation about how we need to heal our nation moving forward. I mean, I'm just saying.
It's Margaret Anderson.
Oops, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, Germany had to do it. That whole country had to do it. Our country, this whole country has to do it, but we didn't. We tucked it under the rug and kept on perpetuating.
Right.
And believe you me, they only did it for how many years was that? Just a drop in the bucket. We've done it for over 400 years. So what we got a lot of work.
All right, let's play some more.
The idea that objectivity, and this is describing this phenomenon within CRT, the idea that objectivity is best reached only through rational thought is a Western and masculine way of thinking, one that we will challenge throughout this book, right? So typically we think about truth and false, right and wrong, and they're saying that is a Western idea, a Western masculine idea, and there's other ways of finding the truth. This quote, Cooper Thomas, "Can white men understand oppression?" Also says this, also makes this point. Heterosexual white men in this society tend to have a dualistic view of the world. We are either right or wrong, winners or losers. There's only one truth, and we will fight with one another to determine whose truth is right. To understand oppression requires that we accept others' experiences as truthful, even though they may be very different from ours. To live with equality in a diverse, pluralistic society, we have to accept the fact that all groups and individuals have a legitimate claim to what is true and real for them.
Let me get your comments on that, okay? Because that sounds like, American exceptionalism, right? Might is right, and we are the police of the world.
That's a lot to process. And when I say a lot to process, it's a lot to process for me, because I don't care how you spin it or how you want to justify it. We still have to deal, oh, your right is right and my right is right. And you know what? Wrong is wrong. And don't ever try to make a wrong a right. We can't, you just distort, deceive, cause doubt, so that all of this, so that you can justify. I don't care how much I sit here and try to justify, it's still a lie. And I don't know how we're going to get around that. You can justify it's this and it's that and it ain't this and it ain't that, and we can keep going around this mulberry bush, but how are we going to make right the wrong, instead of sitting here trying to make our wrong right and justifying it and appeasing my own conscience, or whatever you want to call it, so that you can sleep at night or whatever, because think about that.
I think you're absolutely right there. To me, what I see is, until that acknowledgement is there, we're not going to be able to move forward. And that's why we're stuck in this space, right? Because they don't want to acknowledge and they don't want to deal with it. So as long as they don't want to do that, it's not going to get fixed. It can't get fixed. And so we find ourselves here and we just stay stuck. And I think how we move past it is what I was saying before. No longer are we caught in the trap of, okay, this side says this and this side says that, and we just kind of ping pong back and forth and nothing happens. You aren't the subject matter experts, and we don't need to come to you for confirmation or okay for us to feel the way that we feel and to know what our truth is. We're telling you what the truth is now. This is what it is, and you're going to deal with that. And we're not worried about what the consequence is or what the judgment is. I talk about singing, right? Shaming, insulting, the need to be right, and guilting. So you can sing as much as you want. Go ahead, do the acronym. Go ahead and sing. But you're not going to shame me from my truth. You're not going to insult me out of my truth. Your need to be right is not going to trump my truth. And you're not going to be able to guilt me out of my truth. And so the more of us that are now willing to stand and talk about what the truth is and not ask for permission, can we tell the truth? Can we tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help me, God. See, we haven't done that, but we're doing it now. And it doesn't matter what you say because you've been saying this since the beginning. So now it's our time. And in that, we know that there are three pockets of people. There are people that already identify with you. The abolishment of slavery, there were white folks that were there during the Underground Railroad and helping to abolish, right? They were right alongside of us, putting the end. But then you've got the folks that are in the middle, the ones that we're actually really talking to, the ones that don't really know yet, might be thinking another way, but minds and hearts are open and receptive to critical thinking, to listening, to hearing, to learning, and they can be changed. And then those like the Pharaoh, whose heart is hardened and will never change, well, you can't save everyone. You know, they say jokingly, heaven isn't going to be a crowded place. I mean, it's just the facts. So we can't save everyone. We're not going to worry about saving everyone. It is what it is.
Okay. That's the fourth claim. Actually, that's the third claim. The fourth claim of CRT: social justice demands liberation of the oppressed groups. And so when we talk about critical race theory, there's three words. There's critical, race, and theory. We all know what a theory is, right? It tries to explain something. A critical theory tries to explain something, but also have a solution, that there's a proposed solution to this. So critical theory is distinct from critical race theory, but critical theory always sets up the oppressors and the oppressed. But then when you layer critical race theory on top of critical theory, it defines the categories of oppressed and oppressors based on your race. That is essentially critical race theory. And this is important to understand. And this actually might be helpful for some, and it might be frustrating for some. Critical race theorists do not define racism the same way you do. You and I have grown up most of our lives thinking the racists are people who put white hoods on their hats, and they burn crosses in people's yards, and they use terrible language to refer to people. They think of themselves as better than other people because of the color of their skin. That
might be the most offensive thing that he says the whole entire presentation. That the definition of racism is if you actually have the white hood on. That is so tremendously offensive that he would even make that argument and make that statement. Especially today, right? Because he acknowledges that racism exists. He says it in the end. Racism exists. There's nothing we can do to get rid of it. It's not going to be resolved until God comes back. So you acknowledge racism on one hand, but then you define racism as sheet-wearing Klan people. Both can't be true. And so the racists of today don't wear hoods. They wear judicial robes. They wear suit and ties. They wear construction hats. They wear stethoscopes.
That is so sad. That statement that he just made is so sad. That really should allow all of us to sit and think and sit with that for a minute. Because if he even knew his own Klan history, he would have known back in the late 1800s and the early 1900s that the Klan, when they held their big rally in the Pacific Northwest in Seattle, said that they are taking off their hoods and putting on suits. Mm. So we've got all of this propaganda and all of this messaging going on. And because they have not yet taught our children the history of this nation, they're getting caught all up in that propaganda and that mess. See, because if they knew truth and they knew their own history, when people start talking like that, they would know that is an untruth that's being spun to them.
Right. And it's interesting. Just discard that. Like they don't even hear that. Or
They're not going to hear. Because
even,
it's hard to hear through hate.
wow.
It's hard to hear through fear.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to hear when you have these different thoughts that have grounded and rooted you in your life. Because we're dealing with the mindsets of people. What has been taught them from even their infancies.
Mm.
And then when you try to introduce them to true, they reject that. Because their minds have been transformed to that thinking. And that's why it continues to be perpetuated. And that's why I said the importance of education, the educational system to address these things is what's critical at this juncture in our history. Because they continue to perpetuate it as well.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Not how critical race theorists see racism. And I'm going to give you a great example from yesterday to explain why. This is a headline in the Los Angeles Times. Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. You've been warned. Now, for those of you who don't know what's going on here, Larry Elder is running for governor in California. There's a recall election against Gavin Newsom. Larry Elder has put himself on the ballot as one of the alternatives to Gavin Newsom. Larry Elder is right of center on most things. He's kind of libertarian on some social issues. But from their framework, Larry Elder is the face of white supremacy despite being a black person because he does not agree with their solution to the problem of oppression.
So I'm going to pause there because I want to get your feedback on this. What I was saying earlier was this is, again, very egregious, right? So what it says is, again, for me, the system of white supremacy, the dominant society holds this machine is in place. And in order for the machine to be successful, it's not just white people. It's going to be the BIPOC community that are part of it, right? We'll let you in. You can exist in this space as long as you play the game the way we say you play the game.
Right.
And as soon as you don't, you're out.
That's
so
right.
Larry Elders and all of those that parrot those talking points and have the support from the Koch brothers and all those things, yes.
And I'll add a little to that.
Mm-hmm.
That is not new either. That was the system that they put in place on the plantations.
Meritorious manumissions. Go ahead and talk about it, Okoye.
I'm talking about the systems that was erected even during the enslavement, that those house Negroes had it better than the field Negroes, and you can eat better and you can get some of these resources and have some comfort, but you got to do exactly what master say. And guess what? I want you to be overseer of the rest of the Negroes. So if they do not comply, you let us know. So then we can begin to make sure they comply. And when they don't comply, we got whips and we got chains and we got nooses for them. And we'll teach the rest of the Negroes a lesson that if they want to live, they'll comply. Now, how is that system any different than the system that they have still kept in place?
Right.
I mean, they remarketed it, they rebranded it. They understand they because society has said that we cannot go around lynching But there's slavery under a new name. We still living on plantations. Now, they still have enslavement through our penal system. If you don't think they gathered up all of our 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 young men and young women and criminalized them so that they can work for them for life for nothing, you better think again. Because all of those Jim Crow laws was put in place because they said if they break the law, then we have a right to enslave them. And that's been going on ever since they so-called emancipated us.
13th Amendment, right?
Oh, yes, it's on the books, but they can do it legally now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, I
what
mean,
did
it was
they
legal
do?
back then too, though.
Oh, yeah, it was legal then. Everything was legal. And that's why I said they just rebranding everything. But
That's what
we
I was
have to
saying.
be conscious. We've got to understand what time it is.
Yeah,
in-
that's what I
in
was saying
this.
yesterday, Toye, about meritorious manumissions, that they would reward the slave for telling the slave master that a revolt was coming, which
Oh,
is why it
yes.
undermined slavery ending earlier. And if you really knew your history, there was a lot of slave revolts where
Revolt.
slave owners were, they got their comeuppance,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But of course,
Terrified,
you're not going
too.
to hear about that, because if they tell that story and that got out, then other slaves would revolt. So they got to keep that
They got
history.
to keep that silent. But not even that. They even criminalize and villainize their own who helped slaves. They said to them, "Oh, we'll kill you too." There were a lot of Europeans that got caught up and was killed and martyred and everything in all of this. It wasn't just black folks that laid down their life. There was a lot of white folks. How do you think the Underground Railroad became so successful?
Right,
Because we had to have allies that was helping. And
right.
there were many, but then they understood they were putting their own lives on the line as well.
Think about the interracial relationships in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. How dangerous that was,
Yes,
right? That used to be on the a law in the books, right? You couldn't marry
you couldn't,
outside your race. You
you
couldn't
could
marry
not, you could not. And if you got caught aiding and abetting a runaway slave, oh honey, your butt was on the line too. And so what did they do? They put fear in their own people that had a human, that valued humanity. Now how sick is that?
Yeah. And let's bring it back to today, because he talked about the video from Larry Elders, right? And so Larry Elders espouses much of the same things, and says some things that are even either just as controversial or worse, right? And so that's what you see a lot of times is, there are those of us that are just feel disenfranchised by their own people or politically on the left. So they go over to the right because they know there's not a lot over there. So they can be a star, right?
Yeah,
They could be a star over there.
yeah,
And those faces that are over there, you see them.
I sure do.
And as long as they're willing to throw their own race of people under the bus
Yes,
and play
yes,
the game,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Then the institutional white supremacists,
yes,
the machine will parade them up and put them on TV front and center and say, see, your own people feel that way.
yes,
So what does
indeed.
that say?
Well,
Candace
we were
Owens?
talking about, I'm so glad we're talking about this because earlier we were talking about the crabs in the barrel, right? Oh, pulling down your own people and doing all of this and all of that. And I said, y'all so focused on the crabs.
Mm,
What about the barrel?
wow.
Let's talk about the barrel. Let's talk about how they were captured and how they were put in the barrel and what that barrel symbolizes.
Mm,
being confined, controlled, kept.
Mhm. And to have
Everybody in
to-
survival mode, trying to get out
right, you got to turn on your own so that you might survive.
so that you might be able to get out.
Right.
I'm talking about the barrel. I don't want to talk about the crabs no more. We know the crabs. The crabs is in survival mode. Let's talk about the barrel and how they got in the barrel and who put them in the barrel. How did they get in that barrel? Let's go back to the root, the foundational principle, because see, they'll keep talking about the crabs as if it was the crabs' fault they were in the barrel. See, I'm not confused. And see, as long as they keep us talking about the crabs,
Mm-hmm.
we ain't never looking at the barrel.
Right.
We're not asking the right questions.
Right.
And see, we have to be healed as a people as well.
Mm-hmm.
We have to understand it is our responsibility, and I say that, and I say it very proudly. It is our responsibility to teach our community, our culture, our people about our own history. Where do we come from? We don't even know who we are. Our identities stolen, culture stolen, whipped into being something other than who we are. Let's talk about that long history. We're not talking about the right stuff to strengthen and heal our own communities.
You know what's interesting? What popped into my head while I'm listening to you speak is, the dominant society, and I think of entertainment, right? And I
Yes,
was talking about how, during the era of Gone with the Wind and all these movies that people romanticize, and white folks were just, it's so romantic. It's such a great time, and how we were living in those conditions back then. And there's no movies like that for us, or we get Roots, or we get, story Amistad or stories like
yep,
that,
yep,
right? But where's the movie where they show us flourishing, our
yep.
romantic,
That's right.
how did Black Wall Street come to be,
Come to
right?
be.
And then you say, oh, well, no one will watch it. But art imitates life. It's going to be what you put out, right? There was a
That's it.
time when there was conscious rap and then there was gangster rap. But we didn't control what music came out, right? The predominant
There's
society controlled what came out. So
still
they pushed
pawns in
out,
the game.
and then we're going to accept what gets pushed out there because we don't control it. And we want to have
Still
something.
pawns in the game. Still pawns in the game. And so when we're talking about healing and being whole and all of these things, these different dynamics and of our history, our past, our present, and our future, where we going, we have to understand our own identities in all of this. And one of the things, I was born in Richmond, Virginia, so I'm not even deceived. I come from where that history is known, taught. We know it like we wake up in the morning and go to the bathroom. We know it just like breathing. We know it because that's where all that mess was seeded, and it is in the culture, it's in the fiber. We understand that fully. And one of the things that I say, I don't know if y'all know about Maggie Lena Walker, honey, but she transformed Richmond. And when they saw that transformation happen, honey, they destroyed that entire community. They ran interstate straight through our community.
Mm.
They gentrified our community. They divided our community. They destroyed our businesses because that that became a threat to them. And we know that history. They just now putting up a monument for Maggie Lena Walker a few years ago. I'm like, all these other, she was the first Black woman banker in the nation, millionaire. Help to build Black Wall Street, help to build our community, help to do all of that.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Ain't that
And
something?
understand it, but see, they're not going to tell our stories like that.
Right.
Prospering and growing and nurturing and building organizations and building their own banks and businesses, doing economic development with pennies from the penny bank, and understood what unity was, building unity in our community. Oh, honey, don't think that they accepted that. No, they began to devise schemes to destroy it. And there's no different today. They only gonna allow just so much. And they said, okay, we'll let a couple of y'all make it, but we still control it. So we'll let you have a little something. But
Yep.
you know,
It's the facts, right? And then they point to those that they elevate and say, see, if you just work hard enough, you could be just like them. And we're in a post-racial society because, oh, Obama was president. But as I said, 400% increase in hate groups during his tenure as president, right? Because we're so post-racial. Let me go down memory lane really quick. Oh, that's not memory lane. That's memory lane. You know, I was just in Richmond because my little cousin just graduated from high school and is now at a HBCU up there at Morgan State. So when I was out of town, that's where I was, in Richmond. And I rented a convertible, and I remember my aunt telling me, you know, because we're right next to Henrico County, right? And she's like, hey, do not play. Do not play, Marwan. You have got to not be speeding around here because they are not playing. And so she was like really afraid for me coming from the West Coast and just thinking I'm going to just drive around with the drop top and hit the gas. And she didn't want her daughter to drive the convertible because you got two Black people in a convertible driving around in Henrico County. And as it gets closer to dark, you're in danger. You can't do that here.
Sundown. It's sundown. Right?
That was a month ago. Not 50 years ago, a month ago. My aunt was afraid for me. And I was wondering why. Like, right. Auntie, you being so irrational. Just come on, let her drive. She's 18. She's going to the college. It's like,
she
no,
know exactly where she's at. You in the heart of supremacy in all of those little counties. And don't get it twisted. You better know where you are at all times, because those things are deep-seated and rooted in the culture, in the fabric of this nation. And we better understand. I understand the history. If you want to really understand the history, study Virginia. Mm-hmm. If you really want to understand, honey, how many, and we can't even tell you the count of bodies at the bottom of the James River. Our community members would go missing all the time, and we knew exactly where they were, at the bottom of the James River. You better not be caught up in Prince Edward County. You better not be caught out there. And they understand. They understand exactly what's happening in those regions. And all I can say is, if you don't believe racism is alive and well, I don't know what to say to you.
Yeah. That's it. Let's get a couple more minutes in before we go live back to the church for this video that they're going to play.
He doesn't agree with all the proposed policies. And because they see oppression, and because they have defined racism, so that racism is not believing you're better than somebody else or treating somebody terribly because of the color of their skin. It's inequity in the way, in outcomes based on skin color. So if any inequity exists,
not what
it is
racism is at all.
necessarily racist, regardless of the intentions of anyone involved. Therefore, anybody who does not agree with their solutions to solve the inequity is upholding racist, thereby they are racist people, right? So it might.
And just quickly, what is the term when the captor identifies with the person that captured him? I couldn't remember that earlier, and I can't remember it now. Right? When they start to care about the person that has trapped them, that has enslaved them. There's a term for that. Someone type that in the chat if you can think about it. It hit me earlier and then I lost it again.
Did you? Is it still in the chat? Because
no, I'm saying someone put it in the chat because I can't remember what it's called. But that's one explanation, right? Eventually, you can identify with your captors. You can identify with your oppressors.
Yeah.
That's why there's all these sayings, right? You go along to get along. If you can't beat them, join them. Where do you think these things come from?
Well,
right?
Master been good to me.
If I'm using the whip, then I'm not getting hit by it.
Master been good to me. Master been good to me. Master feed me well. Master keep me clothed. I don't have to be out there doing all of that. And Master care about me.
Right. I'm the celebrity. I'm making six figures being a TV
right.
personality.
That's right.
I can run for governor in California. And they hold me up. I'm safe with them, right?
Yes. And I don't want you rocking the boat, messing things up for me.
Right. So all you gatekeepers.
Yes.
That have been keeping the gate from the rest of us walking in. Because we're going to mess up your bag. We're going to mess up your opportunity. Because you're the token. Because you like to be upheld as the special one that is in the special place. But no one else can come in, because if they come in, I'm not going to be a special, because he might just outshine me or she might just outshine me. You come in.
You talking like you know. Look, my wife, you talking like you know some of them in Kitsap County.
I could say names, but
you
I'm
better
not going there. I'm not going there.
Oh, you better not.
I'm not gonna do that.
But you know what? We gotta have a talk with our community and our community leaders, because that's real.
Here's what's real, Okoye.
I'm not gonna be tokenized.
Here's what's real. Take the Afghan people, right? They were occupied for 20 years by U.S. forces.
Yes.
And I've been studying this because I want to. Stockholm Syndrome. Thank you, Rev. Stockholm Syndrome. I could not think of that thing. The opiate, the drug trade in Afghanistan, I think is a lot of the reason why U.S. troops were down there anyway. And when the Taliban said, this was maybe 10 years ago, they weren't going to do the opiates anymore. They were watching what it was doing to their people. Then the United States really put their throat on the neck, and then the trade started picking up again. And I'm actually going to do a couple podcasts on that coming up. But now, for 20 years, the United States, in their imperialism, their democratic exceptionalism, have said, you know what? We use them to get rid of the Russians, right? And then we're the ones that empowered the Taliban in the first place. And then once we got them out, then, now we've used you. Now we're going to be against you now. But that's neither here nor there. We were there for 20 years. The Afghans who went along to get along with the Americans, and you can make your judgments on how they treat their women over there, what's fair and what's not. That is theirs. That's their people. That's their culture. Who are we to tell them what their culture should be? Right? It's not like some other entity was in and occupying and oppressing them. That's their own people. That's their own business. That'd be like me walking into your house and saying, hey, I don't like how you treating your kids. So I got to come in here and do something about it. And you ain't got no choice. That's crazy. But as soon as they left, you saw the fear, right? They're hanging from an airplane going 500 miles an hour, 30,000 feet in the air. They knew they couldn't live. That's how badly they knew what was going to happen. And what do you see? What do you see? They look like stormtroopers. You saw the Taliban going door to door. They said they wouldn't go door to door because now there has to be a reckoning for those that went along to get along.
Reckoning.
You traitors people.
Like I said, there's always a reckoning. Whether it's good or bad, there's a reckoning. When we understand that is a cycle in this life, then we can begin to start acknowledging what we did wrong and trying to fix it and heal it.
Right.
And deal with it. Oh,
and
no.
to be clear, I'm not advocating to go door to door and kill the gatekeepers. That's not what I'm advocating for. But there does need to be a reckoning.
You better make it clear.
I'm making it clear
because there's gonna be a bullseye on your back. You better make it clear because you know what? This conversation that we're having, you can best believe that it's going to be what I said, chopped up, chewed up, spit out. They're gonna have lots to say about it.
Karen, I was born black. I was born with a bullseye. Bring it on. You know, whether it's the dominant society or those that would uphold the institution of white supremacy, bring it on.
Like I said, honey, there ain't nothing new under the sun. Nothing.
Here's the thing. You ain't paid my rent. You don't give a damn about my daughter or anything else that's got going on. You didn't before. You're not tomorrow. So what does it matter? The truth is the truth.
The truth is the truth. And I'd rather stand on the truth than stand up on a lie because, like I said, that's crumbling.
Snap with that.
You can only stand on that. You can stand up on the top of the buildings and from the rooftop and from the trees and scream, but it's still a lie.
Candace Stacey Dash. You can think of all the ones that have turned on their folks. OJ Simpson, right? Didn't want to have anything to do with black folks until the murder trial. Then it's time to come back home.
What did they used to say? When roosters roost or something, they come to roost back home. You come to roost.
And we're the most forgiving folks on the planet. But
That's
at
right.
some point, we're not going to turn the other cheek.
No,
and I know this thing is
ridiculous.
It talks about 77 times of forgiveness, and he gets into all that. And I'll talk about that. But there does have to be a reckoning.
Yeah.
The gatekeepers can no longer guard the gate. No. And they need to be called out.
Yeah. Yeah. You really do have to. And nobody, there's no humility here. You know, if you can't humble yourself and be able to go and say, you know, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? You know, can we begin to fix those things? Honey, if you don't got that in you, that's the problem we're in now.
Yeah.
Because you don't got that in you.
And that's really the crux of this whole argument with these folks that are against CRT is because they don't want to apologize and atone.
No atonement.
Acknowledging what has been done, what continues to be done, and how you're going to rectify it. And I tried to make it childlike. I said, look, we teach our children. Yeah. I pushed you down, whether on accident or on purpose. Oh, I'm so sorry. I pushed you down.
That's right. I pushed you down.
I'm sorry. And I picked you up. And if I can help you, I help pick those things up that I knocked over, whether I meant it or not.
That's right.
That's what we teach our kids. I pushed you down. Now I'm going to help you to the extent that I can. Now, I'm not going to forget but I will forgive and we move forward from there.
We
But
move
you're not
forward.
doing it. And until you do, it is what it is.
But again, many of those principles are not even taught to the children.
Right. Right. Because what I'm hearing is you just ask for forgiveness from God and you're doing the best you can and you're absolved and you're forgiven. And I didn't own slaves.
Yeah, but you didn't go to your brother, which is a part of it too, that you had the art with to be able to fix it. You wanted to stand in your anger, in your bitterness, and in all of your justification, and you wanted to ooh. And I said, and how has that served us?
Right.
What has that really done for any of us?
Right.
I'm right. Just to say you right. You rather all of this chaos and confusion and all of this violence and everything just to say you are right. I'm like, really? And to justify your wrong, as long as you stand on it, I said, wow, at all cost, right?
Right.
Lives lost, at all costs, you're going to uphold it, uphold that mess. I'm like, wow, we sick. That's a deep-seated sickness.
Well, unfortunately, it's 6 p.m. and it appears that I'm on their Facebook page right now, and they are not broadcasting the 6 p.m. conversation.
Well, they're not
So,
going to do it. And I'll tell you why. I did call around and get some reports. And
tell us
some
about it.
of the individual told me they
Mhm.
were told by the Gateway Church attendees, get your car off. We're calling the police. You're not wanted here. And some of the individuals said to me that they said, I thought it was love thy brother.
Oh,
And I said, oh, really? Yeah. And I said, wow, wow. So from the get go, there was not a lot of healthy engagement, even with those ones that just came to hear.
wow.
They said, you don't get off our property, we calling the police.
Well, I'm on the Facebook page here, and what you'll also see is they limited the chat, so only certain people could comment in the chat here. So Gateway Fellowship limited who can comment on this post, and so that was their late morning service, and this was their early morning service. And so I was
Well,
wondering why I wasn't really seeing any chat remarks during the service or after, right?
well, a lot of that still is grounded and rooted in control, and they're
Mm-hmm.
spinning a narrative that they want to spin. And I don't care what nobody says. I've lived in Kitsap County for over 30 years and lived in Posebo at one time when I first arrived in 91. And I can tell you that that whole community is grounded and rooted in white supremacy. It's in their schools, it's in their churches, and it's all in there. And they can say, Miss Karen, that is not the truth. Well, prove me wrong.
See, what I find odd is this is what you so believe, then stand by that. You've got the strength of God behind you. And wouldn't that just bolster your point, right? Like, look at these worldly people attacking, these Christians.
Yeah, but I thought they were Christians. You got people coming and you over here fighting them, talking about you're not wanted here, you can't come here. What happened to the brotherly love?
Right.
What happened to the love thy brother? That was a real question. Where is it?
Or healthy dialogue. That was one of the things in when I play more of what he was saying. That's part of it too, right? The forgiveness and the understanding, and isn't that part of the responsibility of the church. I mean, that's why you had him there in the first place and said that it was open, right? So people can come and learn
Yeah.
what you believe to be true,
But
right?
that was not the intent. That was the narrative they spun. But that really was not, and that wasn't the truth. And I thought the church was supposed to stand on truth and righteousness.
Well,
And if you were, you would have opened up. You wouldn't have treated those ones that just came to be a part like they were, you know,
I guess
unwelcome.
my question for them would be, when you invited this gentleman there and the blowback from, E-Race and the human rights, division of Kitsap County, and, it's in the Kitsap Sun, and it wouldn't make you rethink your position and say, we believe a thing, but should we reassess and really think about why people are so against it? Because they're not just lining up outside your church every Sunday because you worship and love God. They're coming for a specific reason, with the what you're espousing towards CRT and the ramifications of that. So that doesn't make you think, hey, God,
Well,
I need to take a look at this.
when you're talking about, you know, you wanted to have a conversation and allowing people to come in and ask their questions. Well, if you're talking about equity, you can't start it by laying a foundation that is inequitable from its foundational practice and principles. If you
Right.
were trying to level the playing field and invite a community conversation, you wouldn't have been over there gatekeeping and doing what was happening at your church and site. You wouldn't be doing what you're doing now with not even allowing people to be in the conversation. So
Well, when
obviously,
confidence,
there's something else going on.
wouldn't there be some confidence there from your faith to say, you know what, we are going to open our doors because what we
Yep.
think we're doing is righteous, and by letting the doors open, we're going to bring more people to us.
Yes. And
So it's a
allow
continue
those
doing both.
voices to be heard.
Let's get back into this.
You feel better to know that despite that they don't mean that you sit around and think terrible things about people when they say you're racist. You're just racist because you aren't as active as they are in trying to solve problems in the same way they are. Now,
You're not as active. You're not doing anything to solve racism.
where the Bible and CRT agree, and I think this is important because in every idea that is ultimately not true, it is effective and deceptive because it has elements of things that are true, right? And so we want to understand, where is there any overlap with Scripture? And the first one is, injustice affects groups, not just individuals. This is an emphasis of the critical race theorists, and this is also true. Chattel slavery was not just an offense against individuals. It was an offense against a class of people. The Holocaust was not just an offense against individual Jewish people. It was systemic against a whole group of people based on that group identity. So that dynamic.
So then we know that he does have the ability, and those that support his claim have the ability to recognize systemic, he's using the words himself, institutionalized racism, oppression. He's admitting it there. And so it wasn't just chattel slavery. It was Jim Crow. It was the prison industrial complex. It's redlining. It's the level to which our black boys can read when they hit the 12th grade, because I'm not even going to see graduate because they're not graduating. The school to prison pipeline. Housing. So he understands systemic. He acknowledges systemic. The system didn't end when slavery was abolished. It just changed and grew with the times. So he understands. They understand. That's the problem.
Dynamic definitely exists. The second thing, hegemonic power is real, and I discussed that in a moment or earlier. But the fact that it's real, standards of beauty. There's a hegemonic power that is told us generally, those of us who are parents of teenage daughters, right? We're trying to push back on this hegemonic concept of what makes you beautiful, because media and magazines and everything they see on Instagram is telling them this is what beauty is. But you're trying to say, no, that's not beauty. This is beauty as God defined it, right? This is fleeting and this is temporary. This is actual beauty.
No, the hegemonic structure says blonde hair or blonde hair, blue eyes. That's the standard of beauty. When you Google it, it shows up. When you see it in the magazines, when you see it on the TV, when you see a comic book character get race bent and all hell breaks loose on social media. How dare you make Superman black or make Batwoman a black woman?
Oh my gosh. We are definitely in a time and era that if we do not correct all of this propaganda and messaging that is confusing our children to the point where they don't even know what end is up. Because that's really what it is. Chaos, confusion, sowing discord, doubt, distorting. Oh, I'm like, what is it? Okay. We don't see this. That you're going to language and talk about it in a concept, and really a lot of the things that you're saying is substantiating exactly what we're talking about. But there's a but in there. You're in the process of still distorting what is really need to be messaged through what you're saying to justify all of what y'all don't want to happen. You don't want this critical race theory is threatening to us. And we've got to do something about it. We've got to get on top of this right away. We can't allow our children to be subject to this all of this critical race theory. We've got to make sure we put a halt to it right now. And they're just this is reverse racism. I'm like, whoa, wow. You done said a mouthful, my young man.
Well, you know what? I think about, the woke white children.
Yeah, they woke. There's some that's woke. They know what's spitting.
Right. So I think, so what is the harm to those children? What is the harm from those parents that have embraced the other cultures, that acknowledge and recognize the atrocities, the continued issues that continue to plague this nation? They seem to be just fine with their children in their households. Our allies in that way seem to be doing just fine, but this seems to be an existential danger for their children. Very confusing.
Moral relativism is a hegemonic value system that has been created by the culture. You can do whatever you want. They've created this common sense. Of course, I can do whatever I want as long as nobody else gets hurt. Hegemonic power exists and is real. Those influences, and they come different places, of course. And the third point where the Bible and CRT agree, God hates oppression. And this needs to be emphasized. And we'll read some of the scripture about this. Whoever oppresses a poor man insults his maker, but he who is generous to the needy honors him. Do not rob the poor because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate, for the Lord will plead their case and take the life of those who rob them. Right? God hates oppression.
Ooh, let me stop right there. Why is there so much homelessness? Why are so many of our Black men and Black women in jail, in prison? Why the police brutality? Why are so many of us so hungry? Why is there no universal health care in this country? So if God hates people who oppress, how are we the richest country on earth many times over, but still our people languish? Why do we have to be forced to work in the middle of a pandemic and put ourselves at risk of death just to try to pay the bills? And then get vilified if we don't want to go to work, because most of us are working in a service industry. And then you give us the fake platitude of, oh, you're our hero for selling us our toilet paper and are selling us our food and taking a chance. And
We
oh,
get to eat. We
yeah,
get to eat.
here's a
We get
temporary
to,
raise for you.
we get to eat, Marwan. We get to eat. But what, all of that is all a distraction. We have to pay attention to the forming, the norming, the storming and performing of racism, and institutional oppression, discrimination, and racism. We've taken our eyes off of the root of all this mess that we got to deal with. We trying to cut it off, cut and prune the branches. Not and all it does is keep coming back, growing back in a different way, coming back strong and everything, because we haven't dealt with the root of the mess. We really haven't. In this nation, we have not dealt with or paid attention enough to the performing, and hear me say performing, the performing of racism. How it shows up, what it does.
Mm.
And until we really want to look at those oppressive systems and discrimination of racism, we still gonna be at the table having these foolish talks about critical race theory.
Well,
And
some
I
of
call and they say, oh, you can't, Miss Karen, please don't call it don't call it that. I said, well, we're not getting to the root of the problem. What do you want to call it?
well, who cares? And that's what you're getting to, right?
Yeah.
When they talked about defund the police. And then said, oh, you can't defund the police and you can't say that. That's not popular, because people weren't going to be intellectually honest. These police have weapons that are militarized for their own American people, that mental health counselors and other things need to be used instead of force, law and order.
Come on.
As
See,
that dog
as
was.
long as they keep us talking about defunding police, ain't nothing else getting done. And
Well,
they
here's
ain't
the
defunding nothing either.
Right. Yeah, no, they're not defunding it. Right. And then you've got DeSantis giving every cop $1,000 to thumb it in the face of those that continue to be oppressed.
They always gonna throw up. They always gonna throw you the scraps and the leftovers. And I say that because as long as they was, they weren't allowing us. They were just throwing us the chitlins, the pig feet, the pig ears, and all of that, and guess what? Be satisfied with that.
Hmm.
Well, you spin that into 2021, and how does them scraps look like today?
Yeah.
That's the same. Look, I said, ain't nothing new under the sun. It's the same principles and practices. They just rebranded it, reshaped it, repackaged it, and we still eating the same old mess.
And be clear, Democrats. Be clear on the left. the game of, woke cancel culture that just doesn't resonate with the American people. It's not a race thing. It's really about class. See, that's the shift right now. That's the political win. That we need to talk about class. We don't want to talk about race because the race that you need to talk about that you still haven't dealt with, well, it needs to be class now, right? Again,
Are we really, and I'm glad you're saying that, because are we really unpacking what we need to unpack to get to the root of this stuff?
well, no, and that's the whole thing. Democrats are trying to go away from it right now, right? Which is what always happens, right? The Republicans, they're entrenched, and the Democrats continue to give and give and give. And then the Republicans say no. And I say it's like Charlie Brown, right? It's like Linus and Charlie Brown. She holds the football. Come on, I'm not going to move it this time. I promise I'm not going to move it. And the Democrats go to kick it, and, Lucy moves the football again. And they just keep going for it.
So, Marwan, let me ask you this question, because I always wanted to ask you, how do we embody this work? And then how do we work on being truthful in the process of undoing and decolonizing and undoing institutional racism? I mean, really, as we move forward.
All right. So here's how I'm going to answer that, right? And I take you back down memory lane.
Yeah, come on, let's roll.
All right. My dad was an educator and a Baptist minister, and he raised us God, education, children. And that was important. And so, I only went to the 9th grade, got my GED 2 days after I turned 16, and didn't step foot back into a school until OC when I was 24, scared to death, right? I didn't learn all of the stuff that most people learned, and had to go forward from there. And he would tell me, oh, he'd make a great teacher. And I'm like, no, Dad, I also wanted to rebel. I don't want to do anything like what you did. I'm not going to teach. I'm not going to preach. I'm not going to do that. And he would just say, he'd just say, okay, son. He would just listen and just shake his head. And I remember having a conversation with him. I said, fine. You know what? I'm going to teach, but I ain't going to preach, And he was like, okay, And, a lot of times your parents are right, and they're just waiting for you to catch up, because they can see things in you that you don't see in yourself.
That's right.
And in that, right, I'm trying to reinvent myself. I used to be a bricklayer. I was a construction worker. I made a lot of money, and I destroyed my back, and that's what forced me into college, right? And so, getting my bachelor's degree and still having a hard time finding work and having to go back and get my master's degree, and then really kind of finding myself. Well, I think the challenge is that we fight and we fight and we fight and we fight for this achievement. Well, now I've got student loan debt. That's the price of a nice sized vehicle. And I got to get into the spaces so that I can use my degree. So I'm 6'1", 290 pounds, and I've got to be the happiest, jolliest Black man that you see because I'm imposing. And I can't have a full range of emotion, because if I'm angry or if I'm anything else, then I'm dangerous. And the fact is that if my smile does anything else but not be a smile, there's an air of danger.
Yes.
Concern. And so I was going along to get along and doing the best that I could to be in a space of a place where I didn't see instructors like me, faculty like me.
Come on.
And I didn't really realize how important it was. I knew it was important, but when I had students come back to me years later and say, I did a podcast with Tasia Green, and she was like, I was a student in your class at the college. And I was like, I vaguely remember that. And she talked about what it meant to have a Black man as an instructor teaching business courses. And that's important. And I needed to get there. And my mindset wasn't to get there, but then also to do this work. It was, I need to get there. I've got to take care of my family. I got to use this degree. I've got to exist in this space safely. And it wasn't until later, as I started doing more of the outward facing work, that I realized that, you know what? They're going to treat you how they're going to treat you. They're going to do you how you're going to do you. And nothing is ever going to change unless you actually change it. So trying to fit yourself in this box like an octopus so you don't get any of your tentacles chopped off isn't going to work. You can't exist that way. So what's going to change it is more people like me who were doing work to help our folks.
That's it.
But not realizing that you need to go forward in the truth and stand your ground. And if that means that they cut you down, then they cut you down. But you need to gather like-minded people around you and go forward in strength in the numbers.
Yes.
So that's what the change is. More people have to come to that realization and say, you know what? I'm going to find the Okoyes. I'm going to find the Marwans. I'm going to find the other ones that exist out there. We're going to come together. We're going to go forward, and we're not going to let you get burnt down. You are not the tall blade of grass that gets cut. You're not the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. You are going to be supported.
Yeah.
And we're not going to let you go down. And when you open that door, hold it open so everyone else can walk on through. That's what's got to happen. Instead of being a gatekeeper, you're the gate door opener. And I'm going to hold it open. And that's the work now. And that's what the conduit is about, right? It's about opening the pipeline of communication, of education.
Now, Marwan.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to preach my word? As you preach my word, you said you was going to be what your dad said. Oh, yeah. But let me say it like this, because you're talking now. Because, you know, it was back in 2014, and it was way before that. But I had mentors that spoke into my life. Dr. Maxine Mims, you know, when I was trying to search for identity, and I was trying to search for my ancestors, and I was trying to find out, you know, where we came from, what we did, and everything. And I began to just immerse myself into searching for our footprints here in Kitsap County. And I went to Dr. Mims, and I said, Dr. Mims, you know, when I laid it out, and I said, Dr. Mims, this is what I've been able to research. This is what I've been able to find. And this, you know, and she said, she looked at it, she looked at me, and she said, little black girl, now that you know who you are, what are you going to do? And I said, well, Dr. Mims, what you talking about? She said, yeah. She said, I see all of the work. You become a cultural curator, a cultural custodian, and you're looking at your lineage and your history and your heritage. And she just began to run it all down. And she said, and how are you going to preserve that? And what are you going to do? And I sat there and I sat with that for a while. And then she said, yeah, she talked to myself and Marva Jones. And she said, yeah, you two little black girls, because Marva's an educator, early ed educators. And she said, yeah, what are y'all going to do to build your community, to pour back into your peoples and all of that? How are you going to do that work? And she encouraged me to go back to Evergreen. At that time, I was working on the celebration of hidden history. And I began to try to formulate and preserve that history, and did a event at the Admiral Theater. And then I did another one that was on healing our land and healing our history, where I was searching for not only our cultural footprints, but cultural footprints of diverse populations in Kitsap County, to say, how can we come together? How can we unify? And then went on to go and start working within the museum community, and trying to say, you know, can you come alongside to help support this work? Honey, they weren't trying to support no work that was being done to preserve cultural identities in Kitsap County. Oh, there was pushback with that. And that's when I understood. That's exactly when I understood the depth of all of that.
Yeah, you said it. You said it. And it's hard.
Yeah. And so here we are today. And I'm saying, as we move forward to reconcile some of all of what's happening, how do we begin to continue to address these disparities within our community, our environment, our county, our cities here in Kitsap County? Because this is a very oppressive region, I'll say it like that, for
Right.
people of color.
Absolutely. Well, again, I say what we're doing right now is doing the work, right? So I came to stay with the woke theme, right? I came to my awakening a few years ago. And again, it wasn't that I wasn't doing the work. I just wasn't doing the work through the lens of justice. I was trying to get justice, one student at a time, being present, being visible, being that role model. Uh, and that's for everyone, right? Everyone needs to see, Black faculty. But you came, you've been doing this work longer than I have, but I'm here now. And now we have found each other, and some other folks have come. And through this conduit, I think is very powerful, because the people that watch either today or tomorrow, in a month, 6 months from now, I know that there are people that are watching, that have been watching, because we have conversations, right? I use this as a teaching tool. So we'll have the podcast, and then I'll say, okay, so what did you take from that? What did you think? And we'll have a conversation about it. And some of the people I'm having conversations with are younger than I am. And these aren't conversations that they were thinking about previously. So I think the work, what do we do next? We are doing it. And we will continue to add things to that. But we need to continue to draw more people to us. We need to grow our platform that we have, to continue to educate, to give us space to share our history, both locally, nationally, historically. Our present history, we need to hold up our actual heroes, and not the heroes that they tell us that we should celebrate. Not our athletes and our musicians, but our inventors, our teachers, our healthcare providers, right? Our mentors. That's who we need to hold up, because we used to hold them in high esteem back in the day, and now we kind of discount them. But we can do that. So I don't care about LeBron James, right? I care about Okoye Vargas and the knowledge and the history that she has. I was telling you the story about my dad and losing the recipes and losing the family history.
Yes, yes.
How important that is. So we need the young folks to understand, your elders aren't going to be here forever.
That's
So
right.
soak up
That's
that
right.
knowledge.
Well, one of the things that I'm so passionate about is, how are we upholding and calling our ancestors, and naming our ancestors, and tracing our own identities and our families, and storytelling, and calling all of those things, and unpacking our own well-being. And as we begin to do this work, how do we begin to, because we talked about, like I said, we talked about that crab, and expose and speak about how we got in the barrel, and what the barrel is about, and
Mhm.
how do we heal. The, I'm not expecting any other culture to come in and heal us as a people. How are we doing this work of health and well-being for our own families, and unpacking our we us. And I use that term quite a bit. Is our we us?
Mhm.
What are we doing? What are we doing for our families? What are we doing for the health and well-being of all of us? As we begin to do this work, we've got to begin to, how are we understanding, and working and being truthful and vulnerable, and holding our own healing in a place that we can address some hard issues that we need to deal with for our own health and well-being. I'm not talking about nobody else. I'm talking about all of the mess that we got within our own families and our own community and our own healing. Because one thing I did learn, I learned something from from the Suquamish tribe years ago when I first got here, and they began to do the project of the healing of the canoe, and they began to put systems in place that supported their community's health and well-being, setting up their mental health clinics, setting up all of their, their reentry programs and their foster care program and their visitation program and their health and wellness programs, and began to deal with, whether they substance abuse programs and stuff. And that, I said, oh my God, this is a model. This is a model that any culture can take to begin to heal and transform their community from a cultural lens, because they did it from their indigenous and their cultural lens. They didn't try to do it from a colonizing, no, their own cultural practices and their way of being and their traditions and their, their practice as far as cultural honoring of their elders and being able to do all of that work. And we need to do the same. Our healing ain't going to look the same as a European model for healing, but we trying to stuff our stuff into that model. And that's not a model that's going to bring us to a place of healing and wellness. We have to start from our own cultural foundation of our ancestral practices and learning them, because a lot of them have been lost. A lot of them have been destroyed and stripped out of us. So no, we have to begin to go back to our people and begin to do the greater work for our health and well-being of our community and our culture. And so I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer that healing starts with us.
And I agree with what you're saying. And as an idea, I think, I believe that before we get to, the mental health clinics and all the things that the indigenous folks are doing,
Yeah.
which is a great model, because our experience was so unique and we were pitted against each other, we got to have conversations first, right? We got to have the conversation. We're a small county, right? And there's a lot of history between the churches, between the Black families that exist here.
You better come on and you better talk about that thing, Marwan. Because those things have been pitted against us as well.
Right.
There's no need. I said we are in a small county, but we built, like I said, back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, we were 22,000 strong coming into this county, Kidnap County, and we built that shipyard. But they won't tell that history.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even know that history until you told me yesterday.
All of the leaders that came up out of the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s in Kitsap County that transformed the whole county. And like I said, they won't tell you why they have, what they have right now. And it was built on the black backs of those that migrated here during the late 18 and 1900s. They won't tell you how all of that history have been erased too. And no, Mr. Bremer didn't build just no. I'm saying no to the now. That's what I'm saying. And no, you're not going to erase our existence and the footprints and the contributions that we have made to this county. But all of the leaders, the walkers, the YWCA, with all of those ones, Lillian Walker, James Walker, and you need to understand the fullness of the contributions that was made. And you look around, ain't nothing there. The only monument, and I'll say this loud and clear, the only monument that is existing is our churches and that Marvin Williams Center that have poured into. If you look around, what Black organizations do you see standing?
Yeah. Except for G2, but we're young.
Institution, but institution where you're talking about that have labored and have laid the groundwork and the foundation. The YWCA was not built by Europeans. It was built by Marie Greer and Lillian Walker.
So we got to continue to have these conversations, both the hard ones and the celebratory ones, the historical ones.
That's right.
And we almost, like, I almost feel like we need to set a contract with each other and say, hey, this is going to get hard. It's going to be ugly. There's going to be tears. There's going to be yelling. There's going to be shouting. Yeah. And you're going to have to go away for a little bit and compose yourself. And maybe not for an hour. It might take you a couple days. Yeah. But after you're done, you must come back and do the work. And so we're so emotional now. And it's at the first sign of offense or disagreement. Well, I just do it myself. Oh, it's an issue. We talk about what's that, post-slave syndrome? And I was having a conversation with Daryl Riley, I think back in March about that. Because, Up From Slavery initiative was just getting going. And, my thought was this. It's like, so for those of us that understand that post-traumatic slave syndrome exists, then why is it that we can't give a quarter to our brothers and sisters knowing that they're dealing with the syndrome?
Yep, it's real.
You're gonna fall down from time to time, and it's like, real. Go off with your head.
It's real. It's real. So and I'm not here. I'm not here to pull down my brother or my sister, but that crab is still in the barrel.
Right.
And we do have to deal with it as a community, as a people. And for us to just think that we can start building on top of mess ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. That's false healing. Okay.
Yep.
It ain't gonna last. It ain't gonna last.
That's right. So let's have the conversation. Where I'm at. And then understand that everyone ain't gonna come along for the ride. It just is what it is. You can't save everyone. There's gonna be some people that ain't gonna make the train.
I mean, and you're right about that. When the train pull off, it's gone. And if you missed it, you missed it.
So we give the opportunity. We have the hard conversation. For those of us that know more about our ancestral history and can bring those tools forward and create a framework of how to go forward, and then lead and follow at the same time, right? Great leaders are able to follow.
Right. And I've been taught, and I know you've been taught as well, Marwan. You know what? In order to be a leader, you got to learn how to serve somebody. And here you are you want to be the leader and you ain't serving nobody. What are you doing? That's not how it works. If you want to be great, if you want to be a great leader, learn how to serve your community. Servant leadership is the foundational principle for leadership, because when you get in those leadership positions, who do you think you're serving?
Right.
The people, the community, families, young people, elders. You're here to serve humanity, not for you to be, you just want to make a name for yourself and make some money. Come on now. And we got to put it out there just like that. Yeah. Because that I done came across that over and over and over in my lived experience. What is your intention? You know, tell me what your intent and your passion is about, and I'll tell you exactly if you at the table and if you at the right table. Because if all I hear is me, uh, uh, no, no, I can't work with you right now. When you ready to come and work and help build the community and strengthen the community and unify the community and bring the community together. I don't need nobody that's here that's trying to divide the community and trying to sow discord and talking crap about each other and all of that. How is that going to strengthen our community?
Right. Well, it's obvious. You see them every day. They're out there. They're on Facebook. They're constantly posting, look what I did. Look at me, And, what I'll say is what's so interesting about leadership is, I've had people tell me, you need to do this. You'd be great for that. And when I was at Olympic College teaching, I was so focused on, first off, I was on 5 or 6 different payrolls, so I was an academic advisor getting paid for that. I was business faculty getting paid for that. I was general studies faculty. I was getting paid for that. I was teaching at the unemployment office. I was getting paid for that. I was teaching break activities through DSHS. I was in 5 different payrolls. And so I was so focused internally on the work and the students that I was serving. People were telling me, you need to look up. You need to do more things that are outside of the college. You need to get involved over here and sit on this board and sit on this committee. I had to be pretty much made to become a commissioner of the Bremerton Housing Authority a few years ago. And I was like, I don't understand why I'd want to do that. I'm content serving my students, and because I went through what they went through. I was 24 years old with a GED, coming to college scared to death, having no idea how any of this worked. I figured I was going to get an associate degree, and then after that, I'd have a trench coat and a briefcase, making 6 figures, walking downtown Seattle off of an associate's degree. That was my mentality. And when I finished my associate degree after 4 years or 5, and my paper wasn't, my degree wasn't worth the paper it was printed on, and I got that awakening, it was like, I don't want anyone else to go through that. So they would come in.
What you said, you can take that piece of paper. What you gonna do with it?
It was useless.
Let me tell you what they said to me. They said to me, you don't got no degree. You don't. You ain't even got a piece of paper. So you ain't even considered.
Yeah, what you gonna think? What you gonna do with that? Oh, you're cute. You so pretty. You pretty, Marwan. You got an associate degree. You go ahead.
Yeah.
Fortune 500, you said, huh? How about Fortune 5 million? Why don't you try that? You're a legend in your own mind.
Stop it, Marwan. Stop. Because you know what? It is so, I don't know what the word I want to use, but it's so funny how people want to value you and devalue you and say what you are and what you aren't and what you're capable of and what you're incapable of. And, they try to put you in this little box, and then they try to say, well, this is all that we're going to allow you to be able to do. And when Dr. Mim said to me, you know what? Yes, you need to go back to school. Yes, you do. So you can have a greater understanding of what's going on. And if you want to preserve and you want to be able to curate and be a custodian, cultural custodian, you need to know the depth of that, because you got a mile to climb before you be able to address these issues, because these issues are issues that have been long-standing in this nation. And I can tell you my own lived-in experience just trying to get this campus, Evergreen State College at Evergreen in Tacoma on the hillside, to help uplift those ones that was rejected. And so you fell into the rejection category. So you need to understand how to serve your community. You need to understand the depth of what you need to get done to serve your community. You need to know all of the ins and outs so you can be effective at the work that I believe that you have been called to do, to support. And yes, we enter into this institution for one reason and one reason only: to serve. You
Mhm.
enter to learn and you depart to serve. So
Fact.
don't get it twisted. When you come here, understand that you're here to learn so you can serve.
Right.
Nothing else. Don't come in with your high expectations of what you want and all of this. No, you're here to be a servant leader, to transform our community and help them get to a place of health and well-being. And after I got that in my head, then all the rest of the stuff just flew out my mind, you know. And I said, okay, well, I'm here to learn as long as it's gonna take me to get to that place of learning what it means. And I've come across so many of our community members that they get caught up in the weeds and get distracted and take their eyes off of why they're really here and the work that they need to do. And I'm talking to church leaders. I'm talking to our pastors. I'm
Okay.
talking to our ministers. I'm talking to our missionaries. I'm
Mhm.
talking to our youth, leaders. I'm talking to all of the above and then some. I said, because if all you want is a title, baby, if all you want is a title, then obviously you're not gonna get no fruit nowhere.
It's a running gag at G2, Okoye. And folks come in and they want a title. They want to be a manager. They want to be, this and that. They want this title, and it's like, do you understand that there's processes for a reason? There's apprenticeship for a reason.
Yeah,
If you do a thing for 10,000 hours, you're considered, an expert in a thing. There's a reason for it. We can give you any title you want. Hey, I got this
right,
printer over here.
right.
It'll take up the whole page. And again, it's like that associate degree. It's worth the paper that it's printed on. You got to earn that title. And when
Yeah,
you have the word manager behind it, you are a manager of a program. You are a manager of people, which means that you are a shepherd. It means that you are a steward. That means that comes with a particular responsibility and a sacrifice.
thank you,
But here you
thank
go.
you.
You go ahead and take that title and let's see how it works for you. And most of them, they don't make it because they were chasing something that was of selfishness and not
That's
of the
right.
group and of the
That's
community.
right.
And
That's
it's like
right.
organization is gather together, grow together.
That's
That
right.
is the name of it. We come where we're at,
That's
where we
right.
are, and we grow together in our mess, in our beauty, in all of it. And if you
Chop.
take the journey, and it's proven, because I've run programs now under my reluctant leadership that are proven. And I was having this conversation on a podcast the other day. And, I wasn't looking for leadership. Like I said, I was looking down. And you look up, and then folks are looking for you for the answer. And so, okay, I'm here. And I always kind of felt like I love bricklaying. I love being a brick mason. I actually built a Walmart and a Safeway on McWilliams, right? I didn't even know what Bremerton was. I just came over here to work. I lived in Seattle. I got up out of here. Like, I didn't even know there was the Navy was over here. Like, this is a,
Right.
backwater town and all that. It's back in, in the 90s. But I love building because every time I drive past it, I can see it. And now I believe that I'm a builder of people. And I see people like the Matrix. I see their code. I see their potential, even when they don't see the potential in themselves.
That's
That
right.
you can become. Just have faith in yourself. And right now, even though you don't have faith, I have faith in you. Just follow for a little while, and you will get to see your growth, and you'll get to see your transformation and your change. Your self-confidence will begin to blossom and grow. Your self-confidence will begin to grow. Be able to see that. And so for those that have trusted me in that journey, they've been able to say, wow, you were right. I'm not the person that I was before, and I'm so much more, and I can do things that I didn't even think that I would be doing. And that's what my father did for me. He said, hey, you might be a good teacher. You might be a good preacher. No, because we can't even see it in ourselves oftentimes. But not only are you a teacher, I had no intention on running a nonprofit, of founding a nonprofit, of doing this work. That wasn't my work. When I first started at OC, I was making more money than I did with the master's degree teaching at the college 10 years later. I wanted to get back out there, make my money, hit the club, do my thing. I was young. I was in my 20s, right? I wasn't thinking about helping other people. I wasn't thinking about the homeless. I wasn't thinking about the food insecure. I wasn't thinking about folks with mental health issues. I wasn't thinking about people trying to come back in from re-entry and the struggles. I wasn't caring about any of that. But this is where I am in my life now. And that journey, it took a while. It had to change me. I had to have that experience of being scared and being an adult learner, going back and not having the foundation, and understand that Eurocentric learning that they talk about. I was listening to some Black folks that were against, getting rid of some of the standardized testing and some of the entrance exams for the college. And I remember taking the GMAT, or I took another, I don't know what the entry exam was for a master's degree. And they were asking like questions like hand is to glove as sock is to, and the answer would be foot. But they were asking things that were had to do with Shakespeare or Beethoven. Well, these things had no relation to me. I didn't grow up with any of these things, so I don't understand. So I cannot make the analogy and answer that question. I don't have that framework. So what do I do there? That's the challenge. That's the issue that I had. So to build on, what do we need to do? We got to have the conversation. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy, but we have to make a contract with ourselves, and we have to make a contract with each other. We're willing to have that hard conversation. We're willing to go through the fire and the pain of disagreement, of whatever we've been holding on to. You have wronged me and have never atoned for it, right? We're dealing with the same thing. That's the whole reason why we're having the CRT conversation in the first place, because the dominant society has not acknowledged what's been done to us. But even each other, we haven't acknowledged what's been done to each other. We haven't atoned for it. We haven't acknowledged it. And so now we won't work with each other. We won't hear each other out. We can't find a space to coexist. We backbite. We're in the back rooms, and we're going to make sure that you don't advance.
Come on, speak
And
the
I'll
truth
do it,
now.
but he better not be in the space with you, or I'm not going to be doing that. So now we're not even working directly together, but now you're going to say, I'm going to hold your bag up. I'm going to hold your experience up. I'm going to hold your levitation up, based on the fact that I don't even want you to be anywhere around.
Now,
And they just knock us off so easily because we're alone. Go ahead.
Now, can we really talk?
Go. Oh, we ain't even started talking? Oh, snap.
Because I'm talking, because you and I, we get in and we get to talking and we forget that we up here.
Hey, but you know what? We're on the record now. This ain't the bad conversations with you and you.
I'm saying that until we deal with our trash, we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
And we can perpetrate the fraud all day and all night long until we ready to come and sit down and begin to have these conversations with our own selves and our community. We're going to keep going around that mulberry bush. We're going to keep perpetuating the same behaviors because we ain't dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't called it out. We ain't said no, 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 no. We're not gonna work with each other like that. Let's talk about it. Let's deal with it. Let's put it on the table. Because until we ready to sit down, and even if it gonna take us sitting down and doing some conflict, some cultural conflict resolution, we've got to start somewhere. That's why, and I can tell you that's the only reason why I started villaging our voices, because I said, can we create a space? Can we even create or set a table for us to deal with our trash? And that's all it is trash. Don't sugarcoat it. It's trash. Call it what it is. Don't even and try to say it's something that it ain't. You know what it is.
So identifying what your shortfalls are very important. I am very slow to anger, but once I
Yeah,
become angry, I
yeah,
stay angry for a long period of time.
yeah.
And
Working
in
with
my
unforgiveness,
in my romantic
discord.
relationships, it is very detrimental, right? Because once I get into that space of anger, sometimes I
Yes.
just want to be mad because I haven't been allowed to be mad, right?
Yeah,
So now
yeah.
I'm in this space and it's like, you know what? I'm mad and I want to stay mad. And my dad used to do this to me. He would chastise us. He might even whoop us. You know what I'm saying? And then
That's
he'd come and
right.
talk, and
That's
it's
why
like,
you was
you
gonna
still
get
got
your
a
tail
problem?
toe.
You
You
know?
gonna get your tail toe up.
Yeah. So why are you still frowning? It's over. We're past that. And he would try to tickle me or do something like that, and I'm still mad,
And
right?
you
So
still
I've
mad.
had
You
that in me
you
from a
didn't
kid.
want to enter into that place of forgiveness. You want to
Yes,
hold on to your
but
anger.
I took it into adulthood, and my shortcoming is 3 days, 4 days later. What the hell am I still mad about? I don't even know why I'm mad anymore. I'm just mad and I'm in the space, and now I don't even know why I'm mad, but I wanted to be mad. I mean, I had a good reason at the time. Then I wanted to be mad. Now I don't know why I'm
When
mad.
you say
And now I don't know how to make
Anthony,
it right because
let
now
me
I'm
say
just
this,
mad.
my wad. Why you mad? Why you mad, my wad?
I
Why
don't
you
know.
mad?
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know. You
Yeah,
know?
carry it on that thing. Keep it on.
Yeah.
Keep it
So
going.
then it wasn't really, it was important in the moment, but it wasn't important to hold on to.
That's
And we
right.
always say things like tomorrow isn't promised. Don't go to bed angry. Don't do this. Don't do that.
That's right.
And it's like, you know, but it is tough when you haven't, when
Don't let the sun go down on your
hey,
wrath, my
hey,
wad.
but when a heterosexual black male can't express a full range of emotion, then when I do get mad, then I'm mad. I'm mad. But that's something that I got to recognize that I got to work on,
Yeah.
right?
Well, if I said to you, my wad, and we came to the table, and you said, Karen, I'm mad at you. I want you to be able to say, okay, my wad, let's talk. Can we sit down and talk? Okay, you're mad at me. Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me. Tell me what I did, how I did it, how I made you feel, and how you still mad about it.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you in a moment. But you know what? I'll tell you a real story, right? When and I don't know if we kind of talked about it on the podcast, but when I first met with you and Deborah and Christina, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I felt like that meeting was going to be hostile, right? And it
yeah.
was in the beginning
It sure
because
was.
nobody knew what space anyone was coming from. I just, people wanted to keep it 100 with me and talk to me, which I felt was like talking at me.
Yeah,
And my growth was, I understand that for whatever reason, these folks feel the way that they feel. And
yeah, yeah.
I believe they don't have a reason to feel that way, but they don't have information. So instead of getting emotional and getting angry, I can say, you know what? I'm not operating from a space of emotion. So I can give grace and take it on and not take it personally or
Yeah,
emotionally,
yeah.
and then just let it go ahead, get it out. And then once
Th-
it's out, okay, and what did I do? This is who I am. This is how I started. This is how I got into the work. This wasn't
Yeah.
about stealing work or duplicating effort or any of these things. And it was like, oh, well, you know what? Why don't we work together? You got this podcast, and boom, now we doing this thing, and look at us today, right?
What? Again, When we
That's the
came
work.
to that table, and we was having some real good conversation at that table, and
Right.
that was the beginning of our being able to heal some of the stuff, because I was mad over there, you was mad over there, she was mad over there. That one didn't understand the dynamics of what was going on, and we never came to the table. He said, if you got aught with your brother and your sister, come, let us reason together. Let us talk. Let us begin. And if you can't do it, bring some others in the multitude of counsel. There's safety. If y'all can't figure it out, bring someone that can be objective. Let's talk. Let's do this thing. Let's talk about it. Because, me and Deborah, we've been like that for years.
Well, what was powerful is when you say bring somebody, that's what Christina was for us, right?
That's
It
exactly
wasn't that
right.
she had to be a mediator. It was just
That's
that
right.
there was a third
That's
party that both parties respected,
That's
that
exactly right.
we are going to give the benefit of the doubt, right?
That's exactly right.
And allow it to take place and run its course.
But
And then,
if you
boom.
think about it, Marwan, think about it. Those are foundational principles to resolve your mess. I'm just saying. You ain't going to resolve nothing if you don't want to acknowledge or come to the table or even talk about it, or even be able, oh no, I'm mad at them, I don't want that. So what you do, you go off in the other direction and start sowing discord with other people that ain't even got no problem with that person.
Well, so maybe before you look to hold someone else accountable, hold yourself accountable in the space first, and then go forward in earnest. Because we're so ready to say, see, this is what you did. You need to fix that. You was wrong for that. You shouldn't have did it. You did this way. And it's like, okay, where's my accountability at?
But see, that's half of the problem. I know people that this one did this to that one, and that one did to this one, and that one retaliated back, and that one retaliated back, and that one began to blackball that one, or whatever language you want to use, and sow discord with people that don't even got nothing to do with all your mess. I said, if you got aught with that person, you better go to that person. Don't bring me your dog bones and expect me. No, because the dog will bring you a bone.
But that's the accountability piece, right?
Thank you. Yep. And you send them back. Yeah.
You got to come to the table understanding that there's work that needs to be done. And there's going to be some things that are going to be said. Now, that doesn't mean that person can just dump on you and disrespect you. That's what I mean by having that accountability. So when I come to the table, I may have some things that I need to say. I may be hurt. I may be angry, but I still need to respect you. I'm not going to talk down to you like a dog. I'm not going to say, well, this is who I am and this is how it is, and I don't change for no. Like that's not going to work, right? Because you don't do that in front of the judge.
Don't work, but when you're angry, you want to hold on to that.
You don't do it in front of the judge. I tell folks that I mentor all the time, right? Because I don't let people curse around Layla, and so they respect that. I mean, they will curse around their own children. They don't curse around my daughter.
I don't go there either, because I said no, because we've got enough language and communication skills to be able to communicate what we need to communicate without becoming belligerent.
Right. And for us culturally, I grew up, that's Mr. Rob, that's Mrs. Stephanie. You don't call an adult by their first name. That's how I was raised.
That's how
Layla doesn't talk to adults by calling them by their first name.
That's how the majority of us was raised. But then we act like we lose our common sense.
Yeah.
And forget all about what we were taught.
Well, it's like we don't have to respect anything. We don't need to respect anything. Who are you? I still do it.
Well, here we are. We so busy trying to diss one another, we can't heal nothing. Because we so busy wanting to diss one another. I'm like, how is that working for us?
The blueprints are there. The blueprint is there. You just have to be willing. You have to be accountable. You have to be tired.
I'm
You have to
tired.
be ready to do something
I'm
else.
sick and tired of being sick and tired of all of this mess.
And you know what's so crazy, Koya? Is the work is fun. It's hard. It's draining, but
Yeah,
it's rewarding at the same time.
it
Having
really
conversations
is.
with kindred spirits is restorative and energizing.
Yes, it
You and I
is.
got off the
Yes,
phone
it
yesterday, and I'm like, someone else that gets it. They I'm good. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I had plans
That's
this
right.
weekend. My daughter's been out of the
That's
state for
right.
a month. I was hoping to spend time with her, and I was down about that because I'm gonna see her next weekend. And it's like, oh man, all right, I got asked at the last minute to run this podcast, and then I just go live during the podcast, but then I end up going 2 days before and unraveling CRT, and then we're doing this here, and it's like that's the sacrifice, right? That's what I'm willing to do.
That's right.
That she
That's
ends
right.
up a safer county, right?
You know,
Here,
Marwan,
this is home.
this work is really grounded and rooted in healing and reconciliation, and be able to bring our community to a place where we got to talk about, we've got to examine, we've got to be able to get to all of the what they used to call the nitty gritty of what's happening in our community. We can't continue in the vein that we've been continuing the last I don't know how many years. But I'm ready to move up out of that that vicious cycle that really hasn't helped or served us. I'm done with that. I'm like, and I've thought about it. I said, well, how do we begin to transform and re um re the word I want to say, redirect, you know, all of what we're doing here. We've got to start at a place where we can say, okay, um, there's a stepping stone process we want to use to be able to bring us up. And you talk about uplift suasion, they say those, this is the uplift suasion. How do we move into that place where we're building and uplifting and empowering and inspiring and doing that work, because that's where I want to go. I don't want to.
It has to be modeled. We haven't seen it, or we haven't seen it a lot.
That's
So it has
right.
to be modeled, and I think we
That's
are
right.
the models, right?
Yeah.
And telling the story, and not keeping the successes and not keeping the failures to ourselves, right? We got to share that's why, I like being an anecdotal story, to for other folks, right? It's like, learn from my mistakes, learn
Yes.
from my successes, and go forward in that. So I don't mind being a cautionary tale. This is because I would tell my college students this all the time. The whole thing with the associate degree, right? This is who I thought I was. I was so self-important that I had this piece of paper. I'm walking around with an associate degree like it's a
But
PhD. Call
what?
me
But
Dr. Cameron.
what?
you
But you
know?
know what? You know what? And I'll tell you what I had to learn. Life has been my greatest teacher.
Mm.
You can go to school, you can go to college, you can go and work in these institutions. I've been in the military and worked with our school district. I've gone everything, but the greatest lessons I've ever learned have come from my lived in immersive life experience. And I had to come to a place where my conscious understanding became fruitful and said, well, that ain't working. That don't make no, that ain't doing nothing. Whether it was I thought myself more higher than I ought to, and all of these different things. I thought a position might have, make a difference and all of that, getting ranked, trying to make rank and all of this stuff. And I was like, okay, you know what? I done learned some things on that journey and on that road. And where do I want to be now in 2021? And understanding not just the lessons that I've learned, that my peers have learned, my family members have learned, how am I gleaming wisdom from my elders, what are some of the stories that they've shared, because when we were young, we didn't want to listen to our parents, but now we see our eyes are open.
Yeah.
They was trying to teach us something. They was trying to depart wisdom to our foolish little minds. And now, our understanding is broadening and it's becoming more fruitful. And now, the scales are falling from our eyes and we can hear what's really being said. And so I'm like, okay, but when you become an elder, you know, you're able to process those things, and you should come away with a greater understanding of what life is about and what you know how you need to continue your journey and maybe guide yourself and others along the path and along the way, because you know when you a child, you all you want to do is party and have a good time, and you thought like somebody young. I'm carefree, single and free, child. I'm out there and I'm running, I'm doing what all I know how to, right? Until life
That's the problem.
hits
We got
you,
30, 40, and 50-year-old kids that still want to party and have a good time.
until life bites you in your tail, and you have to process it. And then some of them, even then, they just say, you know what? Screw it. I just want to have fun while I'm here.
Yeah, chalk it up to the game. No, we have to model the behavior. I think that is the change. I think that's the pathway forward. And showing people, I used to not show folks when I was depleted, when my emotional intelligence was low, when I was feeling like, you know what, I don't even know why I'm doing this. Folks don't listen. They still fighting. We're fighting the system. We're fighting each other. And it just seems like we're not making any headway. What am I doing? And I show people that because a lot of times, and I'll speak from my own experience, when you're watching someone who has made it to a certain space in their life, and all you see, there's like a meme on Facebook where they show this apple in the mirror, and that's what they're posting to Facebook, but then you show the back of the apple and it's all bit up and rotten. And so we show the best foot when we stand in mentorship, as an example, right? Whether or not we've asked to be a mentor or people look up to us, regardless. And so they see that, man, it just seems like you got everything going on and you make the right decisions all the time and everything else. And it's not that simple. That's not how life works. And so they need to see the rawness of it. They need to see the mistakes, the vulnerability. And I think that's where true learning comes from, and true growth comes from. That, you're not going to make these gains and make these strides and not feel like, you're going to have setbacks, or you're going to have days, or a day or a week where you're just like, you know what, I just don't have it right now. But that's when you're able to lean on folks that are close to you, that you trust, that you've built that with, to carry you, to sustain you until you're back being yourself again. So, those things are really important. That's why I say to people, they have to grow their circle of influence and their circle of support. And that's one of the things that we don't have a lot of right now. And you would hear the stories when we were kids. We were latchkey kids growing up. So, you get home from school, we could catch the bus all the way across town, and there were people all the way through cross town and people in the neighborhood that would watch out for us. And dad can go and work on his principalship, and he could go and do his night job and do his day job teaching and do all the different things, and know that we were okay because he had that community of support, and not just people that just could just watch the kids, because anybody will do, but folks that he could actually trust, people that had his best interest. You know, he wasn't going to come back and things were going to be crazy. He wasn't going to come back and something happened. You know, that the folks were making bad decisions. People were giving him bad advice. And so his circle was small. He knew a lot of people, but he only had a very few friends. You know, well, he actually had quite a few friends, but you know, uh, and so he was able to provide counsel, and people were able to provide counsel to him. And that is such a critical thing. And I see many of us in our 40s, 30s, and 20s that have an absence of that. It used to exist. It used to exist, but now it doesn't exist as much. And so I think that's a critical piece. I'm actually seeing people in their 50s that don't seem to have that network now of support, that community of folks that they can lean on, you know, to pick them up. Well, the ones that could call them out and say, hey, you know what, you did wrong right here, you know, go and make it right, you know, and the other ones that would say, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to be strong right now. I'll be strong for you. Just go through it and we'll be here. We'll pick up, you know, the slack until you're back to yourself again, you know, and that piece is missing. And I wish that I could really impart that on, you know, the younger folks. And, you know, I'm thinking 40s and 30s because I see folks in their 40s, they're struggling right now.
Yeah.
You know, they're
Yeah.
struggling. They're alone. You know, the way our home unit has been taken from us, and there's
That's
so many
right.
single parent
That's right.
households.
It has been so destroyed, you know, and systemically so.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, you know, we've got a lot of, you know, if we're going to reclaim and restore and begin to reconcile and heal and do that work, that I think that's the work that we need to start cultivating and building these relationships. Many of the disconnect is because, you know, we don't have relationship with our young people. We don't have relationship with our families. We're not cultivating that piece. And I think that, you know, if we're expecting to get um the outcomes that we want to get, we've got to go back and we've got to begin to do that work. And so, you know, one of the things that I, you know, when we're talking about having these type of conversations and then building our community to be able to village their voices and being able to chime in on some of the things that we're talking about and hear, you know, their voices. We want to lift up their voices. I want to see what's concerning them. I want to hear what's concerning them. I want to hear some of their challenges. I want to understand where they're at, how they're feeling. All of those things are so vital and important as we move forward, especially in a pandemic, because we're so isolated. We're so divided. We're so, you know, in our own little silos. And so we've got to find ways to connect and find ways to do this work. And so, Marwan, I hear you when you're talking about these things. These things, they're not just going to poof up out the air. We have to be intentional about this work. And so, you know, and we got to start somewhere. And so that's where we are. And like I said, I'm all the way on the East Coast, but I'm concerned what's happening in my own community. I'm concerned what's happening over there with our families. I'm concerned what's happening with our church and with our members, and I'm concerned about what's happening with our children in the school district. I'm concerned what's happening on these jobs and at the shipyard. I'm concerned because when it's all said and done, it's just us.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
You know, it's just us, Marwan. You know, and so how do we transform and renew and begin to speak and empower and build our community up? Because that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with all of this.
Well, like I said, I think you're doing it. I think, you know, upon your return, we schedule some more conversations like this, and we
Yeah,
bring some more folks to the table.
that's
And
right.
we have these conversations with our family, with our friends, with some community members, but they happen in
Silos.
spaces, yeah, in silos. But they also happen, and sometimes it's organic, right? It could be,
Yeah.
folks who are at the dinner table,
Yep.
and this good conversation gets to going. I met with Deborah and I can't think of her name. I can't remember her name, but we went out to Silver City Brewery and we just got to talking and having a good time. And, something that I thought was going to maybe be an hour ended up being like 2 hours, right?
That's right. That's
This
right.
is where those things happen. But it was only beneficial for us. I mean, now we
Yeah.
can get some benefit by going out and sharing, some of the things
Yeah.
we talked about or the experience. But by having it here on this platform, other people are able to tap into that and gain inspiration from that, to gain ideas from that. I could do that too. I could do it this way. I can have this conversation with my immediate circle.
Yes.
I want to join this circle. You need to tune into that. You might, this might be what you were missing, right? Someone
That's
can tell.
exactly right.
So I think that's the power of this space, and it's the
Yeah.
power of us wanting to find a way to collaborate and work together and help other people. And we can use these platforms to do that.
And
That's
you know
the next
what?
step.
You said something. You said us. I like that us stuff. Because I'm saying, what does the greater us even look like? What does the greater us look like in Kitsap County? I'm not even talking about King or peers. I'm talking about in our own community. What does the greater us look like? What does the greater us feel like?
I think it feels like this. I don't know how old you are, but I know that you are definitely my elder by a little bit for sure. And you are on the opposite coast. And here we are having a conversation. And that meeting that I talked about was only what, 2 months ago?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
right. It hasn't been that long. You're right.
that's what us looks like. It doesn't have to be the same generation. There
Yeah,
could be a 20-year-old in this space. There could be a
that's right.
15-year-old in this space. There could be an 80-year-old in this space.
Come on.
That's what it looks like. It's just, and that's why it's called the conduit,
Yeah,
because it is supposed to be two-way conversation
come
and
on.
an apparatus for us all to have conversation and to
I'm hoping
exchange
that we
knowledge.
can continue. I hope that we can continue to nurture. We can continue to cultivate. We can continue to grow. We can continue to do this, because it's so much needed. We lost a lot of our community members, sickness, death, some have moved, our children are doing well in the schools, they're not doing well in the community. We're experiencing tremendous, challenges. What will we do? Are we going to sit idly by and just say, well, to each his own. I'm going to my crib, bump you.
Well, we've done that for a long time.
You
So
better ask somebody. You better ask somebody, because that's how we got in this problem that we're in right now.
For as tragic as COVID has been, there have been some good things that have come from it. And
Yes.
with the Delta variant, and we're going back into a mask mandate on Monday. When I started the podcast back in February, it was to try to give space because people were feeling isolated and separated because everything was still, shut down. And even if we are going back to wearing masks and doing those things, now we've got a new tool that we've never utilized in this way before, right?
That's
All
right.
of a sudden, everyone was having Zoom meetings, but
Yes.
nobody having conversations that were open to everyone, right?
Yes. Yes.
Those meetings
Yes.
are isolated to the people that belong in that space, and that's it. They might share the information out from that space, but this space is for everyone, not only to tune in and watch, but also to participate in.
Yeah.
They can type in the chat. They can come on to the show, right? We can have these discussions. They can submit topics. They can say, hey, I want to talk about this. Tell me about that. And oftentimes it's one of the things that the preacher would always say, right? Like, I'm teaching this, I'm preaching this sermon today. I don't know who needs to hear it, but I know there's someone in the room that needs to hear it. We don't know who needs to hear it. It may be someone that needs to hear it now, or like I said, it may be someone who watches this a week or 6 months from now.
Yep.
And they'll hear it when they need to hear it.
No.
And I'll tell you, part of the work too is it is, while it's rewarding, it is also draining at the same time. And so your cup constantly fills up and gets empty, fills up and it gets empty, depending on what you got going on. And we all have been dealing with a more empty cup through going through all the stuff we've been going through the last month.
No, you're right about that, Marwan. And there's been some things that have been running rampant in our community for the last decade. But I can tell you, just working with our young people with Living Life Leadership, I can tell you that at the root of most of my engagement with our young people is racism running rampant in the school districts. They always want to call me in when they done suspended them, expelled them, and the parents say, "Oh, we don't know what to do with the parents, and the parents are out of control, and oh, we called juvie to come and get them, and all it is." I said, "Oh, you know what? Wait a minute." I said, all of these issues exist. But now that it's all out of control, you want to try to call when we've been extending olive branches for the last 30 years for you to come alongside and help us so that we can support our students. We know the disparities, we know the challenges, we know these things. Robert Body, JD Sweet, and TC Curry, and and even your pastors that the Rochelle's working in the school district, and all of this, and Bishop Robertson, all of it. Yeah, the NAACP. Come on, don't tokenize. Oh, you just want to call when things are out of control, but the conditions,
right,
and the systems that have perpetuated all of these things. But now you're dealing with a generation that's saying, "You know what? Kiss me where it don't shine, and I'm gonna tell you about your tail too." So, and y'all don't know how to deal with that.
Right.
And what you want to do with them is criminalize them and put them in the juvie system. And that's the school to prison pipeline. And that that is unacceptable. No, you're not going to criminalize our students, because half of the issue is something that you have created within your school districts. Now,
and that advocacy is so needed, right? Because our kids are having kids, and they have no idea, and they're just they're in survival mode. So
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Advocate.
But let me say this about young people, and about our youth, and about our children. And it doesn't matter what color they are. They know when they're not being treated justly or not being treated right. Now, the way they respond to it might not be acceptable to the system, but that's a trap too. But they are crying out with the communication skills that they said, and whether it's bust you in the head because you did X, Y, and Z to me, and now I'm going to the lockup because I done committed assault on you. And then you sit back and say, oh, look what they've done to me. But let's get to the root of the matter. How long have this, and I'm just going to tell you, when I got involved with school districts over 30 years ago, the racial bullying that was happening with my own kids, I had 3 different children that responded to racial bullying and racial assaults in the Bainbridge Island School District. One stopped talking. The other one came home talking about he don't want to be black and all of that. And then the third, he was like, he ain't having it. Bam. And that's how I got involved with the school district. And I went up there and I said, wait a minute, something is terribly wrong in this learning environment. I've got one daughter that's sitting up here, and you're telling me we need to put her in special needs because she stopped talking. Now, this is Miss Chatterbox and Miss Social, and you're telling me that she's got a special needs because she doesn't communicate and everything. I grabbed her and took her up to the school district, and I said, I want to know what's going on. And I asked the teacher and I asked her, and my daughter busted out crying, talking about, Mommy, they spit on me, they called me nigga, they pulled my hair. And so what she did was sit and don't say nothing and would go on the playground and just stand on against the wall, not saying nothing. Now you want to put her in special needs?
Wow.
But you don't want to deal with the racial bullying that's happening up in here? No, honey, that ain't gonna go down like that. And then my other one, you want to, he's violent, you know. And I said, now here it is. He's in kindergarten. You got all these other little kids beating up on him. That brother wasn't taking it. You hit him in the head with the toy, he took and bam you till he got tired. But now he's got behavior problems. He needs to be separated from the other students because he's violent and he's this and he's that. And then my oldest, when he knew he was being treated differently and everything, he didn't want to be black. So he disassociated himself from his own culture, his own community, and I distinctly remember the day. It was in the third grade. And you know how they have birthday parties in the classroom and celebrate birthday parties, and the parents was having a big old sleepover that everybody in the class was invited to on that, Friday, and they were gonna leave school and go and do the overnight pajama party and everything, and then pick them up on Saturday morning, and they was gonna do all of that and all the birthday celebration and everything, and bring your sleeping bag and bring your presents and everything, and he all excited and he ready and take them to the party and get there, and they call me within an hour saying, Miss Vargas, could you please come and pick up Zachary? And I said, what's going on? Is everything okay? What's happening and stuff. And then she said, well, if you could come and pick him up, I think he's, having a hard time. And so I get over there. When I get there, I find out one of the other parents said, if that nigga is there, my son ain't coming to this party. Now, her son and his son was best friends. So
Wow.
he crying because he want his best friend to be at the birthday party. But this mother was demanding if that little nigga stayed at the party. And her son, she was taking her son home. So she called me to come get my little nigga.
Wow.
And that was the day that child was crying, I don't want to be black. I don't want to be black. And I'm talking about a baby in the third grade crying, grieving. I don't want to be black. I don't want to be black. I yoked his tail up and I said, look, honey, you need to understand that this right here, you're never going to be able to change that, honey. I'm so sorry that you had to learn this hard lesson in the 3rd grade, but I'm going to tear your tail up because you better not cry about it. You need to understand that they have the problem, not you. And I dealt with that. I went back to school with all 3 of my children so I can keep an eye on what was going on up in that school district. That's how I got involved with the school districts. I went back to elementary, middle school, and high school till my kids got out of that school district. I was present in the hallways, in the cafeteria. I was the only Black thing they saw, but I was consistent. And I said, I want to be involved with the Multicultural Advisory Council. I need to understand how they're working on equity, inclusion, and diversity, and addressing these disparities in this school district. Because and that began my journey working with our kids. And it wasn't just that school district. I went to all the school districts, advocating for our little Black children. South Kitsap, Bremerton, Central Kitsap. The only footprint I really didn't have was in the North Kitsap School District, but I did get involved with them when they had the Common Thirds with Gene Medina. So I've been through all the school districts dealing with their tails. And no, they didn't like seeing my little Black face coming through their hallways. I'm just being real.
To learn behavior. Someone had to teach the kids.
Learned behavior all the way live. And that's what I'm saying. No, this systemic problem, honey. This is systemic from the rooter to the tutor.
You know, and your kids are adults now, I assume.
They are adults, 35 years old.
So again, we're not talking, 50 and 60 years ago.
No, this is recent.
There was a newscast that talked about a young man who got murdered in Oregon. 20-year-old county worker decided to desecrate his the spot where he died with a swastika and some other things.
That's right.
Then was posting about it and just prideful, right?
That's
20.
right.
These are learned behaviors. That it has to be systemic, because otherwise it would just be the grandparents, right? They're just gonna die off. The racist folks are old and they're gonna die off. This is 20.
Let me tell you, this is real in our county. When they killed Stone Child, they desecrated the flowers and the memorial and the different. I said, what the world? And I'm talking in what, 2019? 2018, they called me into the Central Kitsap School District to deal with all of those students. I said, what is going on? They wanted to expel them, every single one of them. I said, no. Please allow me to find out what's going on here. It's expulsion, juvie, or we don't want to deal with them.
And they understand the school. They know the data. They know the stats. But
they
still,
know it. They know it.
That's the go-to, right?
That's a perpetuation of the system. And that's why I'm saying, come on now. Are we going to keep on going around this mulberry bush? And no, they don't care nothing about that. And I said, they proved that. They proved all the depth of their racial hatred and biases when they shot that boy down and killed him and justified it and got away with it.
We see that all the
and
time.
got away with it. When I tell you, got away with it clean. And then said, well, oh, he was this. That. I said, no, no, no. And guess what? The system allowed it.
Mm-hmm.
Shot him down like a dog in the street. And even with video, they still justified it. I said, as if we don't know what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'm like, wow. I guess we just ignorant. We're not seeing what we're seeing.
But and it's all the way through the system, right? So it's all the way through the judicial system.
Yes.
And then who runs the system?
There you go.
The people who live here locally, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The people
Yes.
you work side by side with, the people that's in the grocery store with you,
In
the
the
people that's in
grocery
the bank with you.
store, walking down the street with. I'm like, wow.
And then for those that are allies and advocates, it's their family members.
Honey, all the way. They and it twisted my head up. Because I'm looking at it and I'm saying, well, how are they going to justify this? Well, honey, they got away scot free, clean and clear. Now, I mean, we saw them killing George Floyd all over the media.
Right.
See, they needed to do the same thing for Stone Child because you know what? It was all caught on tape. Now, tell me, why you had to unload and everything when the boy was throwing up his hand saying, oh, wait.
Well, we believe in our eyes.
Well, he's dangerous. He's a big person of color. Oh, we're so afraid and we're threatened. Oh, I'm like, what? Well, he was drunk. I said, and you was too at the 4th of July celebration. I see you made it home. Anything they could use but the facts, the videotape and everything that showed the actual, his history. Oh, well, he had problems. Oh, he did so that. Anything they could use. I'm like, wow. If this isn't a twisted, this is twisted. And it's going to continue to be twisted until we say no more.
Yeah, that is absolute 100% fact. And we have to do it. But it does require us to stand together.
Yes, it does. You say that again, Marwan.
And we got to do our work. It's great to have the allies and the advocates, but I see too often when we rally around others and we won't even rally around each other. And I see the support for other groups, and it's like, wow.
Yes. No, you're right about that. You're right about that,
really,
Marwan.
You're really going all in for the support for this person. And, I get it. They're doing good work, and that's all well and good, but you don't even have that level of accommodation for your own folks.
Thank you. Commitment. No, I hear you.
You got to build first. Charity starts at home.
Say that again.
Charity starts at home. Civil rights helped everybody else and white women. Didn't really do much for us at all.
Everybody wrote on the back.
We got out there. We got all the voters out to get Biden into office, which I wasn't for, by the way. But anyway, to get Biden into office, and now here comes the voter suppression, and who's fighting for it? Black
Yeah.
folks are. Where's the rest of all the groups?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
More more black folks are being harmed by the police since George Floyd. You know,
Since.
I show one of my board members, you know, the videos, and he just sits there like, you know, because I'm doing a podcast, so I'm researching, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So this stuff is, you know, I'm absorbing this all the time. And it's like, one, I don't know how you can do it, but two, I don't watch it like that, so I don't even know that these things are happening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this one was murdered, this one was beat up, this one was shot dead, this one was found hung in a jail cell, this one was, you know.
Stop it. Yes.
And this was in the last 3 days. And he's like, this was 3 days? And I said, yeah, look at my history. So I show him my YouTube history, and he's just watching, and he's like, just sitting there in awe, like, I didn't know all this was happening. Nobody does, because all the left talks about is Trump and all the right talks about is CRT.
Come on, come on. And that's what I said, erased. 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 I know what that word means.
So we're over it. We're tired of it, right? There's the you don't have COVID fatigue, you got race fatigue. That's why now it's got to be a class argument, because we still don't want to deal with it. So now immigration gets put in front, right? Which has always been challenges and issues. Well, we can't do anything about reparations right now. And well, what would that even look like?
Please.
We don't have the money.
What if please, y'all Negroes better not be asking for no reparations.
We don't know if
that's
they
what
would.
You're saying.
Could they take care of the money? We don't know what they would do with the money if they even got it. Well, you didn't ask that.
We don't want to give
folks.
They,
you didn't ask that of
thank you.
Japanese.
No, they didn't ask that of no others.
Gave money to. You don't do that. Well, we just don't. Maybe we'll have a committee for the committee to see if it's something that we should even study to see. And then what we're going to do is we're going to parade a whole bunch of black folks that want meritorious munitions like Herschel Walker to say, I want no reparations. I don't need no reparations. But like I was saying last night, he's sitting in the kitchen that's bigger than my whole house. Talking about he don't want no reparations. And I grew up in the outhouse and I didn't have a bathroom and I did that. Oh, that's your one experience. And they say, here, come on. Look, we got another one, right? Like Trump says, I got a black friend. This is my black friend over here. Look at my black. I got my black.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Right?
Don't do it, my wife. Don't do it, my wife. Stop it, my wife.
I gotta bring my black up. And the left does the same thing. Right? I got my safe black here. You know, and I'll go ahead and I'll work with him.
That's right, because I'm the safe token. I'm the safe token.
And they're gonna protect me.
And you know what? And I'm gonna tell you like this too, my Juan. I've been in that category where they said, "Oh, I'm the safe token," and then they found out I was not.
Like, oh, hell no! Who let her up in here?
She got to go.
Yeah, who done let her up in here?
Ooh, yeah. Y'all said she was the safe token. Honey, they backpedal quick fast. They were like, no, get back. No, been there, done that. All in Kidnap County.
And you know it's really too bad. I want to show you something and get your take on it. And I think it goes right to the whole purpose of this roundtable discussion that we're having. But this is today, and that's why I wanted you to see this and show it. It's about 2 or 3 minutes long. This is the African Diaspora channel.
Yes.
I encourage you to, if you guys don't watch it, to check it out, because it really is good information on there, stuff that the mainstream media does not show.
Oh, they're not gonna show that. Come on, Mama.
I know, and it's information throughout the diaspora, which is important. But go ahead and listen to this, and then we'll get your comments on the other side of Koye.
Okay.
I am Wagil Zalalam bringing you this report. Today's report is about the court system of the US, how messed up it is and how biased it is towards Black people. Let me tell you why. A white woman named Debbie reportedly stole over $240,000 in the space of 20 years while she was working as a clerk at the Chargan Falls Village Utilities and Building Departments. She was ultimately indicted for 22 counts by grand jury, made arrangements to refund the stolen funds. She issued a check for an outstanding balance of $100,000 when she was sentenced on Monday. She was sentenced to probation. Meanwhile, Carla Hopkins was accused of stealing $42,000 in dues and fees from students and teachers while she was employed as a secretary and executive assistant at Maple Heights High School. After she was implicated, Hopkins told the judge presiding over her case that she drained her $20,000 pension money, which was after tax, to sort out bills she owed following her dismissal. Hopkins' attorney Brett Jordan said the accused has been suffering from mental health issues and gambling addictions around the period she was stealing the money. Jordan, however, said that Hopkins had sought treatment and she was on a job placement program. Jordan also added that Hopkins had managed to raise $5,000 in her efforts to refund the stolen money. She was ultimately sentenced to 18 months behind bars. These two women committed the same crime, theft. But the white lady stole $250,000. The black lady stole $45,000. But guess what? The black woman is sentenced for 18 months in prison while the white lady gets 2 years of probation. How does that make sense? How? First of all, the white lady stole more than the black lady. Second of all, they both committed the same crime, theft. Thirdly, they both were tried at the same court, just different dates. Wow. If this is not evidence of what is going on in the courts, then I don't know what else we need in order to believe black people when they say the court system is shady. The court system is biased and the court system is sending black folks to jail and prison without remorse and on purpose. That's what it looks like. Just look at this too. How does this make sense? What's the justification for this? There's no justification whatsoever. Just imagine how many black people are serving time in prison that they should not be serving. Probation would have been enough, apparently. At least according to this sentencing, you saw what the white lady got, you saw what the black lady got. This is mind-boggling. And I am glad they are caught and I am glad it's being highlighted because we need to talk about this. This is not fair at all. Anyways, guys, let us know down below what your thoughts are about the court system.
And one of their arguments is, well, maybe the black women had priors, or,
Oh
maybe
yes,
different court,
oh
or
yes, oh
different
yes.
city.
They're gonna drag your mama, your papa, your brother, your sister, your family, all of your history to be able to justify. And I was like, you know what? We're sick. We're sick. The system is sick.
Same
got what?
Same charge. What are your
Same
thoughts?
charge. Same charge. But it's not equal. And you can't say, and you can't even justify it. You can't even justify that. And so we got to start asking the right questions. What is going on here in our systems?
But there's no systemic racism, right?
No,
According
not
to
at
the
all.
Roosevelt Church and the guest speaker.
No, not at all.
Doesn't exist.
No, no.
We don't
Our
need
children go straight to the system. They don't even get processed. That's from its inception. When let, let me say it like this. I remember when my oldest moved out and he was living with some of his friends and over on the other side of the island, and they had a party, and the police came to the party, but the police arrested all of the students of color and told the other ones going on home. I said, what? And they kept calling me. I said, where are the rest of them?
But that's why it has to be taught. That's why history has to be taught.
There
That's
you
why
go.
CRT is necessary.
There
This
you go.
was an episode from 10 hours ago. This wasn't 10 years ago.
That's
This wasn't 5
recent.
years ago. It wasn't 50 years ago. It wasn't 100
That's
years ago. It
recent.
wasn't 200 years ago. It wasn't 400 years ago. This just happened. Same court, same charge, 18 months probation.
Like I said, yesterday, today, and continually happening now. So we better get a clue, and we really have to address some of this pushback. What is this pushback about? We know what it's about. You know, don't be naive. That well, oh no, we know what this pushback is about. This is about continually keeping those systems stable in place.
Right. And I think we're to a point now where we don't need to defend it. We don't have to justify it. You know, when Rodney King was caught on videotape getting beat to death, damn near, you know, the cops got off and, well, it's not what you saw. Oh, he was resisting arrest.
That's what I said. You telling us what we didn't see, and that's what I'm telling you. We got the tapes, but you still telling us what you're not seeing that.
30-something years later, then you have George Floyd, and they still tried to say that, right?
You know,
you could breathe. If you could talk, you could breathe. Well, what did he do? So a counterfeit 20. I don't know if you saw the man that jumped the turnstile in the subway who got shot to death because the cops were chasing him and decided, you know, to take his life over jumping the turnstile for $2.50. Right? He passed a counterfeit 20. Who knows where that $20 bill came from?
Thank you.
And then when you have all this white collar crime, interesting how it's called white collar, but just saying.
Why is it white collar? Why is it white collar?
Because they wear ties, you know, white shirt with a tie. You know, it's just coincidence. But these folks are stealing millions and billions of dollars.
Honey.
Right? This woman got to pay it back. Oh, we'll just pay it back. Oh, we'll just do this. Oh, we'll just do that. Oil spills.
Like I said, they get away with the billions, and we die for the dollar, for the 10, for the 15, and the 20.
It's crazy.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being facetious. I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well,
I'm just asking, Marwan.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And we smile because sometimes you got to smile because, you know, the truth is so sad, so tragic, so unnecessary.
And you know what? We've always had to continue to smile through our trauma. And and that needs to change. We just take it and keep on smiling. Keep on surviving. No.
Like I said, it's a different time, and that's what I was sharing earlier, is more and more of us are no longer feeling like we've got to try to defend and convince. We see that even with videotape footage, even with story after story after story. I watched a story the other day where they arrested a black woman. She was trying to change seats with her dad, right? Beat her unconscious and then dragged her to the police car with her 3 babies in the back seat, right? Old enough to watch what was happening, like 3, 5, 7, something like that. She was just trying to exchange seats. Now everything was caught on the police camera, but they looked at the report. Oh, she was only out for a few seconds. Didn't say anything about dragging her to the car. She's out for 5 minutes, right? And why would that warrant that level of aggression and violence for a 120-pound black woman? Well, she shouldn't have been talking back to the cops. She should have just, and we watch episode after episode of white folks yelling and screaming at the cops, assaulting the cops, with no consequence.
None. And that's
A lot
why I
of
said,
Please calm down, ma'am. Please calm down, ma'am. Ma'am,
no.
if you don't calm down, ma'am, really need you to calm down. And we're watching it like, no,
No, why? No, why?
you know.
No, but why? You're not seeing what you're seeing. You blind.
Yeah, it's like, what are y'all not watching this? Like, no. Well, we need to get all the facts first before it's under investigation. Oh, the cops did what they were supposed to do. And if you
Yeah.
get rid of qualified immunity, and for the most part, here's what I believe about our police system. If you got rid of qualified immunity, if they had a open track record, right? The one thing about black folks is black folks believe in justice just as much as everybody else, if
That's
not more
right.
so.
That's
And
right.
so if someone in our community is hurting the community criminally, then we want you to go and get them. Now, we don't want you to kill them, but we
Thank
want you to
you.
go and detain them and take them to jail, right? We want that. And if they're fighting you and you got to get a little rough with them, we don't even have a problem with that, as long as it's measured aggression to make sure that you were safe. But going and, I got to tase you. And I mean, I don't know if you saw the one where the black woman was handcuffed and the black cop kicked her in the head. I mean, just craziness.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why our community has not been in a place where they're, because I'm telling you what it was when I was growing up. We ain't calling no fuzz, because if we call the fuzz, then our children, our aunts, our uncles, our cousins, our family members, they ain't coming home.
Mm.
They're not coming home. We're not turning you over to the murderers, because we know you're not going to get no fair justice of nothing. And guess what? A lot of us used to deal with our own community members.
I was just getting
We used to deal with them because we know that we could deal with them in a just way. But you just gonna, no, we ain't handing you over to master. No.
It was a community code, right?
It was a community code. No, we'll deal with your tail, but we ain't calling the fuzz. And see, we got to talk about that too.
Well, right now, I mean, if we tried to do that in our own community, we would get killed.
That's right. That's exactly right. But see, back in the day, oh yeah, we used to deal with those in our community.
Oh yeah, I was telling the story. I don't know if you know. Do you remember a woman named Ora Franklin?
That name sounds familiar.
She used to be principal of John Muir back in the 80s. A mentor to my dad, and
Ora.
She, this was back when they still would spank you in school. I am that old, actually.
Hell yeah, that's right. We used to get our tails tore off out the frames.
She had this brown paddle with holes in it, and it would whistle when she swung it.
Thank you.
And for a little skinny black lady, whoo, that paddle hurt, boy. But
Ora tore that tail up.
Yeah, she tore that tail off. I ain't gonna lie. But she was authorized to do that from my dad. And so that meant that he had someone watching over, and it just happened to be the principal watching over his children while they were in the public school.
That's right.
And you ain't gonna cut up in school, boy, but you know what else? You're gonna be safe while you're at school, and no one's gonna mess with you. The kids ain't gonna mess with you. The teacher ain't gonna mess with you, because you got someone there that's advocating in the wings for you, and you don't even know it. You just see her as the mean old lady that whipped you behind, but she's actually looking out for you.
Thank you.
See, we
Thank
don't
you.
have that now. Don't you be
Driving
talking
that
like that.
foolishness about you.
You put your hands on my kid, you know, and then it's all.
Oh, honey, don't go there. 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 Because see, we have gotten away with what real care and concern is for our children. You know, it's better that we correct them, because if they correct them, you no,
Right. That's why I don't agree with the dominant society making it a crime. And they've got studies and research, and that shows that corporal punishment is bad and this and that. And it's like, you know,
no.
seem to work just fine in our community.
Well, no, we're not going to spare the rod, and the parents know that too.
No, because if we spoil it, you might end up dead in the street.
Yeah, and that's the real truth. That's the real truth.
And it may not just be from the cops either. It's because you
Thank
need
you.
to understand that you will
Thank
be
you.
dealing with folks
Discipline.
that ain't playing with you.
Disciplines for
People
life.
ain't playing with you. You can't be out here behaving and acting any old kind of way, because you're going to come across the wrong one. Everybody, there's always someone who could beat the bully.
Child, you're going to come across the wrong somebody.
And everyone's playing for keeps now because everyone's all in their emotions. There's no more fight it out in the yard, and then after that, we all good.
You know what? There's no more scrapping.
Yeah.
Those days are over. They're going to put a plug.
Yep.
They don't even resolve things the way they used to. Sometimes they used to just let them fight it out. There ain't no fight it out. Those days are gone.
But again, what happened? When we had conscious rap in the 80s, when we had KRS-One and Common and
The KRS-One.
hey, Boogie Down Productions, Public Enemy, and then they started to elevate gangster rap, and that's what sold, and that's what the producers, which were the predominant society, the record labels, the predominant society pushed out, then that's what we're going to consume. So conscious rap tried. It was hot for a minute, but it got drowned out.
Yeah.
So what do you have now? You got WAP and all this other music that's crazy.
Lord, help us.
You got kids that can, you know, it would drive me crazy because I'd be in the church and listen to me, I would be at the church, right? I'm not in class right now, so I could be hooked on phonics, I could be hooked on the bonics, and anything else you want to talk about.
Child, I ain't heard hooked on phonics in a minute, child. You better go ahead.
I'm older than I look. Hey, you said the fuzz, so you did like a pre-Starsky and Hutch reference. So, you know.
You know, I ain't even going to repeat what they used to say in my neighborhood. Because look, I'm claiming, and I'm not even repeating that language. They would put all the alphabet before that fuzz.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I remember they used to run down the street and say that A, B, C, D, E, F, fuzz is coming. No, I wouldn't.
Everyone was scattered.
And days.
But that music is out there, and I would be so frustrated. I would sit in church, and we'd be inside and outside, and the kids would play, and you would hear them just recite the rap from their favorite artist like they wrote.
That's right.
And then they would be inside church, and they would have to read the announcements. Give honor to God. And couldn't read. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these kids? You can rap the lyrics like you wrote the lyrics, and then you can't read the bulletin. What is? Oh my God! I'll be so.
Don't even go there. Don't go there, Marwan. Marwan, shut up.
I'll be so angry.
Marwan, stop it. Because you know what? I used to say, not even. You got that all up here, and you can't even. No, I know what you're talking about. Thing used to twist me up on the inside too. I was like,
Man, I just squeezed the Bible. I think I got fingerprints in one of my Bibles. Every time they get out there and get to talking. And it's like, I know you can talk.
Child, please. They can run it down for you. And then they get up here like, I
that
man.
that drives me crazy. That
Yeah,
drives me
no,
crazy.
you're right about that, honey. That thing twisted me up too. So you ain't by yourself, Marwan. You are not by yourself.
But again, we got to promote that and stimulate that, right? That you can
Yeah,
speak in public, that your voice is important and it needs to be
yeah.
heard.
Yes, indeedy.
And they
Yes,
would improve
indeedy.
and they would get better, over time. And that
Yeah,
confidence would grow. And I'd actually see a separation of the kids that read the announcements on a weekly basis versus the kids that never did.
that's right. No, we cultivated that.
Right.
We
Because
made sure, yep,
they would
we
get the
cultivated
praise,
that.
they would get the encouragement, they were expanding their vocabulary, they were
Yes,
practicing
yes.
being orators and public
Thank you,
speaking
Lord.
and projecting their voice, enunciating their words. All of these things are happening simultaneous just from having the kid read the bulletin.
Read the bulletin.
And it's those teachable moments and those little small things that you can do to pull out such rich, lessons and teachings.
Yeah,
And we just got to get back to that and nurture it and encourage it.
yeah, yeah. No,
You
you're
can do
right
all that.
about that,
You can do this in here.
Marwan. I've worked with for the last 20 years, almost 20 years now. In 2003, from 2003 and in 2023, it'll be 20 years. 20 years that I've taken our young people across this nation, Washington, D.C., working with our leaders, working with the school to prison pipeline, working with, the homeless, working with national youth leadership, working over in California, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. So to immerse them in leadership and service learning so they can understand how to become servant leaders and become culturally competent to be able to address these issues, to be able to do critical thinking, to be able to address all of these disparities. And then they have a piece that's called taking it back home. Well, what is taking it back? Taking it back home is you have to be able to map your community, see where the needs are, the disparities are, and now you got to begin to advocate and do some service learning and be able to educate, inform, and empower your students. And now those students have to present every year at the Human Rights Conference.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not taking you all over the nation and immersing you in all of these opportunities and giving you all of this, and you're not going to come home to help change your own community.
Right.
And so when we begin to give our young people these opportunities and cultivate all this leadership and everything, you have to create a platform for them to continue their work.
It's so critical too. When I would I taught international business at the college, and the students would come in, and the thing that was so surprising and somewhat alarming, and this was white kids, black kids, it didn't matter who.
It didn't matter.
There were kids that had never left the county. And here we are talking about international business. What do you mean you haven't left the county?
That's what I said too, Marwan. I said, how do you think they're going to get some experience stuck up in Kidnap County?
You haven't left the county? You've been to Seattle as far as you've gone? They might as well be flat earthers. And so when you get them out to the other side of the nation, when you get past the myth that Africa is huts and there aren't cities, and I would because I'm teaching international business, and I would show them pictures and videos like Africa has cities.
Child,
like what have you been learning?
Exactly.
World history.
Exactly.
You should have learned that in high school, right? World history, Africa, not huts, right?
Exactly.
But
that's the narrative they spin on our kids. That's what I'm telling you. When I took our kids back in 2019 to Ghana for the 400-year return of enslaved Africans, they couldn't believe what they were seeing because they was all afraid, oh, I don't want to go to Africa. And when they got over there, they were like, they knew they was lied to. They understood.
I asked one of my black students, I said, hey, you know what? If you could be doing something right now, what would you do? You want to take a vacation or something like that? You know, I would love just to have, my favorite drink at the night shift or at the El Camino or at the Sandpiper. Name one of the old bars that used to exist down here. And, and not have to worry about, do I have enough money to buy the drinks and just hang out and have a good time? And I was like, okay, that's cool. Well, what if you had that drink on a sandy beach in Jamaica or St. Thomas or, and they hadn't even really thought of that. For them, it was maybe I can get here and, I've got an extra $40, $50 in my pocket that I don't have to use to pay a utility or put it in my gas so that I can have a drink at the watering hole. And I'm not even thinking about crystal blue water and white sand and the breeze running through. And so you can have the drink here, you can have the drink there. Ooh, that does sound like you're not even dreaming. And if you haven't left the county, if you haven't left the state, if you don't have that culture, if you don't have that exposure, what else are you going to think is for you?
That's why I said no. They have to go do some immersions in other environments so that they're learning and they're understanding and they be able to get out of this bubble of and confined in their mind. This is all that there is, because this is not all that it is.
And Okoye, I know there's some historical reasons to call it Kidnap County. I hate that phrase.
I know you do.
I hate the phrase because what it means is people are relinquishing their power. And what I mean by that is people get in trouble with the law. And that's not unique to Kitsap. It happens in King, it happens in Pierce. It happens everywhere. But literally, there's folks that, they fundraise off of it, whatever, but they call it Kidnap County. And it's like, you know what? That's an oppressed, enslaved state of being in your mind. No one's kidnapping you here. You don't have to live this lifestyle. You don't have to fear.
It ain't nobody kidnapping.
Right? I'm like, I drive in a stereotypical car with 24-inch rims on it. I can leave out at 2:00 in the morning. And I mean, if the police get behind me, don't get me wrong, my heart's going to start pounding in my chest, but I don't fear going to the store in the middle of the night because I don't belong in the streets or I'm riding dirty. I live a different lifestyle. You can live a different lifestyle. This isn't Kidnap County. It's Kidnap County in your mind.
I remember in 2007 when we did the Riding Dirty campaign in Kitsap County, and they presented at the Human Rights, and they were able to communicate and explain and be able to deal with driving under the influence, driving, texting, and because back then it was just hitting, it was just then coming to a place, under distraction, all of those things. And there had been some car accidents within Kitsap County where a couple of our young people got killed. They got killed. There was the 4 of them that got in a car accident and had died on the island. Some from Bremerton, Central Kitsap, and it was just like running rampant. And I said, the kids, I said, y'all need to, at that time, they were working with the NAACP and they were working on health initiatives. And one of them was called Not Mama's Kitchen, Drug and Alcohol Use. And so they put together a driving Riding Dirty campaign, addressing all of those issues that was coming up in their community and with their peers. And they presented that at the school district. They went from school district to school district dealing with, Riding Dirty campaign. And I told them that was one of the most powerful things that they had did, because they were talking to their own peers. They were throwing it all out there and talking about, driving and doing all of these things and under the influence and, without license. I mean, they just threw it all out there. And, they worked with the I think the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, to be able to do that type of intervention and prevention with their peers. And I told them that is how you do service and help support and educate and inform and work with your own classmates to change a perspective, because they learn more from one another than they do from us. I said, you all have influence with one another. It ain't me, this old woman, that's going to reach them. It's you. You're the one that's going to speak to them, and they're going to listen to you because you're their friend. And right now at this age, what their friends got to say is more important than what mama, daddy, and some old folks got to spit to them. So how do you get a core of young people that can speak to young people, that can influence their own peers to be able to address some of these weightier, heavier issues? When this one come out and all his legs got amputated, now and he was on the football team. And this one went to the lockup because everybody else died in the car, but she survived, and she was the one driving. Now she went under for criminal charges for vehicular manslaughter.
I had a cousin that he went through that, and he ended up doing time, and it destroyed him because he killed his best friend. I mean, that was already punishment enough.
That's what I'm saying. Now that is what transforms and begin to share and be able to move them to a different place. I said, no, we're talking about immersive experiential learning that can make an impact and change lives. I said, yeah, y'all need to do that. Y'all need to do that. Yeah. So, we learned some things over the years. When they went to Tennessee and they had to map the homeless for a week, and oh, honey, they was terrorized. Oh, we can't be over there with all of them homeless people. They drug addicts. They this that. I said, but you guess what? You got to map them for a week. You gotta know where they dumpster diving. You gotta know where they get their services. You gotta stand out there and give them toothbrushes and gloves and hats and socks. And yeah, you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn about the homeless. Then when they came back, they started working. They did street life, and they presented that at the Human Rights. These are the things that are transformative for our young people to be immersed in life. That's why we do live in life leadership. They have to understand experientially how they are affected by what happens in life, and then how do they deal with it, whether it's the school to prison pipeline, street life, whether it's any of those initiatives, Not Mama's Kitchen and Riding Dirty and all of those things that they've done over the years. And even dealing with racism and all of these things, they have stories to tell. And guess what? They have to deal with their stuff too. Young people got to deal with their stuff. when they were sitting over there, and a lot of them was committing suicide. We had to deal with that. I had one of my students that committed suicide, dealing with mental health issues. And this was recent. This was in 2019.
Mm.
And all of the whole crew knew that what she was dealing with, knew, and all of that. And we had her ceremony at the Marvin Williams Center and all of that. But we have to deal with mental health issues. Our young people, and then even with my daughter, she works with the young people, and she works with the children's with a program. And once they leave children's hospital and they go there, they're dealing with cutting themselves, suicide attempts, and everything. And she had to cut one down on her
Mm.
ship and still perform CPR. She had to do all the things that her job required her to do, and that was a mess. But these are the things our young people are experiencing, and we have to help them through these challenges in life. Life ain't just a bed of roses. We've got to help them through some things, whether they're being sexually abused, whether mentally, dealing with mental health issues, dealing with all kinds of things that that they are immersed in their life. We've got to meet them where they're at, and we've got to deal with the hard stuff. Everything's not roses. And so,
The challenge is you have to be present because that's kind of how kids operate from the youth
yeah,
operate
that's
from.
exactly right.
Right, I can't plan for the future. All I can think about is right now, maybe tomorrow.
Right
But
now, today.
in that, we have to have them lift their gaze also and say,
Yes,
okay, I understand. Right now, all you can see is tomorrow or next week, but you've got to look toward the future. And one of the things that I'm currently trying to teach to a few folks is look at the state of the world. Look at the
that's
state
right.
of the family. Look at the single motherhood that's in
Yep,
our community.
yep,
Look at the torn relationships and look at women 20 years older than you, 40 years older than you. Look at where they're at. Look at the struggle, right? If they're
yep,
not on a trajectory of, education and they've got their career and they're set, or they've got a secure marriage, and they're doing fine and they're well, and they're kind of on their own, and that they didn't take that pathway. And you can see it in some of the women that are 15 or 20 years older, and you see what their situation is, working at Walmart or bartending or working in a restaurant or holding down two jobs, and the damage from relationships and the trust and this and that. And then seeing all the folks that are at the rescue mission or at the Salvation Army,
yep,
and it's like you could see, you can see past the wear and tear of life on them, and you can picture them and see them when they were more vibrant, and they didn't think they were going to be in the situation that they're in
that's
now.
right.
And if you have a conversation with them, how did they get there?
How
They
they
may
get
or may not be able to tell you, but you've got to be cognizant of it and be thinking about it. And how are you not going to be in that space? What work do you have to do on you to minimize your chance of going in
Yeah,
that direction? So I say,
yeah.
winter is coming, but winter is already here for a lot of people.
You're right. You are right. You are right. The season is upon us.
So you've
The
you've
season
got
is upon us.
you've got to look what's your future plan. You know, you have to be versed in current events. You have to know what's happening. If you're not
Yeah.
responsible for paying rent and paying bills and utilities, it's so funny. I'm teaching in the college, and I'd have a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old, sometimes a running starter student, and I'd have a 35-year-old, right?
Yep,
And
yep.
it's like, oh, I'm getting ready to go to Applebee's and have all this fun and this and that. And the 40-year-old's like, man, I got to buy toilet paper. I got to pay the electric bill.
Tell them
You know,
about it.
I got two different trains of thoughts on money and responsibility.
You're right about that. But you know what? That is a powerful, powerful space to be in, that intergenerational space where they can learn. The elders can learn from the youth, and the youth can learn from their elders, and to be able to have that type of exchange is very powerful.
Mm-hmm. And you
Very
keeping it real and keeping it 100 and, YOLO and everything else,
Yeah.
you've got to have delayed gratification. You have to
Yes.
learn how to save. You have to know how to track.
Delayed gratification. Chad, yeah, you talking. I don't know what the you trying to tell them young people about some delayed gratification.
Hey, I'm a strange bird. That's all I could say.
I'm just saying.
I quack like a duck, but I'm not a duck.
You talking foreign language, some delayed gratification. They like, I want it now.
But you know what? I teach my 9-year-old that. We love playing video games, right? So we go to a place where they give you the little tokens, and they get the little tickets, right? Oh, I got 20 tickets, Daddy. I want to go and get this candy and get all that, right? And it's like, okay, so you can get this candy for 5 tokens, but you really want this plastic sword that costs 250 or 400 tokens.
Yeah.
Well, that means you got to save it. But I really want the candy. And then she pouts, And so that's how it would be for a little bit. All right, you can get one candy, and then you got to save the rest of the tickets, right? I'm the mean dad, So then we go, and we're saving the tickets. Well, now we got 1,500 tickets. So now she can get the sword, and she can get this other thing, and then she wants to
some candy.
But now she wants to save the other 1,000 tickets. She doesn't want to spend it because she wants to hold on to some of those tickets because she doesn't know what she wants later. There's times when she goes in there, I'm like, yeah, you can spend some of your tickets if you want. And she looks and she was like, no, I'm good. I'm just going to save them.
I'm going to wait. Wait.
So a 9-year-old can understand delayed gratification.
Yeah,
and
they can. They can with some guidance and shepherding.
Yes.
But right out when they got it, and there ain't no kind of, and I'm telling you what I know. When there just isn't any kind of parental guidance in that, then we get what we get, and what we get isn't always good.
Yeah, no, I know it's not. I know it's hard,
Yeah.
And kids are still kids, right? And they want what they want, and it's
that's right. Because if you ask them if you want to eat this and that, or you want this ice cream and cake, what you think they gonna get if they want? Oh, honey, you should know. I want the ice cream and cake.
Well, so one of the things I tell them, I was trying to pull it up so I could show you, is she loves playing these little video games, and it makes no sense to me this game that she likes to play. So I've tried to play with her, and it's like, sweetie, I don't understand it. But she can go to the Google Play Store and she can buy, spend money so that she can get stuff in the game. And so now it's unhealthy. She got some problems. That girl's crazy.
What you said is unhealthy.
It's unhealthy. It's crazy. It's like, girl, I don't know why you're addicted to this game. And it's like, oh, I just want these Roblox bucks. And that's all she cares about. So it's like, all right, well, you need to read some books, or you got to need to do this. You're going to have to earn it. I'm not just going to give it to you.
Yeah, and so, buddy.
She kept having the conversation, and I had a Christmas present that I had that I wanted to give her. And then I ended up giving her some books for Christmas. But there's a program here. It's in the R's. Sorry about that. And so I had this program. Let me see if I could show it to you, if it'll let me in here. And so I said, sweetie, it's one thing for you to go ahead and buy, these Roblox. But, there's all these other things that you like. What if you actually bought some of the stock in the company? He's like, what? I was like, well, you can actually own Roblox. What else do you like? Do you like Disney? You like McDonald's? Yeah, I like McDonald's. Well, how about you own McDonald's? So if you can see that,
Yeah.
you
Pull
put
it back a little.
pull it back a little bit. So these are
Yeah.
her stocks, right?
Yes, yes.
So now she's got all these stocks, and it's like, all right, so what are your favorite companies? And so it's like, oh, I like McDonald's, I like Disney, I like Walmart. And so we buy stocks in all these things, right?
Yes, yes.
So that she learns that, yeah, you can buy cheeseburgers and you get the Happy Meal. You get it,
You can consume it.
get off it, but you can own it. Now you're an owner. And so we watch the stocks and I try to teach her how, stocks
Yes.
go up and down. And
Yes.
so it is up to us. And so that's the thing. I'll show you her. These are her stocks here.
Ah!
And hey, they're doing pretty good. There's only one in the red. So this is Disney, Netflix. She's got
Who's
McDonald's.
in the red? Who's in the red?
I don't know who RESN is. They're down $5. Roblox. They're down $1.
Roblox is in the red.
Yeah, we got Moderna stock, So, it's just to show her that, you have to diversify,
Yes.
your own portfolio. And I don't have to use words like that. And the way I taught her how stocks work is we have a change jar and I put quarters and dimes and nickels
Yep.
on the ground. I said, okay, you have invested a penny. I think I started with a nickel. And your penny could go up to 10 cents or it could go down to a penny, right?
Yeah.
And you can continue to buy more nickels and your stock could go up and go down. And so I teach it to her in a way that she can understand it.
That's right.
And,
That's right.
and we just kind of have these conversations a little bit. And then she'll ask every now and then, hey, Dad, how's it going? And I'll show her. It's like, ooh, good. And she gets past, oh, I want to take my money out so I could buy some Roblox. Like, girl, you talking about that.
Let me go and take a withdrawal.
Well, what's important about that story is circling back to the whole CRT thing, right?
Yes, yes.
These schools have our kids for 6 hours a day.
You
But
better say that.
They're not the parents. And it is incumbent upon us to teach what they're not getting, to teach what we want them to have, to teach
Yep.
the gaps. It is up to us to do that. They get them 6
Yep.
hours at a time. And you
Yes.
see how hard they're fighting to not teach our kids.
To
How
not
the
teach them a
education is
thing.
not adequate. We don't have the up-to-date textbooks. We don't have
That's
computers for everyone.
That's
right?
right.
We don't have the best and the brightest. We don't have any of those things in most situations. And when we do, we're still stuck on a curriculum that isn't centered around investing and saving and
Thank
retirement
you. Thank you.
and vocational, right? Home ec was powerful. What do you mean? I meet women my age. I don't cook. I don't know how to iron. I don't know how to.
Why
grew
did
up-
they take out the foundational principles? They used to have those classes. Where was the shift? Where was the
can do it.
shift?
I can do it. I don't cook, I don't clean. That's a really popular song. And it's like, so when you're not with a significant other, how you eating? Who cleans your house? Who's doing your laundry? Who's washing your dishes? Like, hey,
Child, shut up. Don't go there. I said, yeah. You look around and you see it ain't being done.
see, what was odd was I'm the reverse. So I was adopted when I was 5, and my dad never had any children, and he also never married. So I'm the reverse. I was raised by a single father who never married, right? So there was never a mother in the household. Now there were motherly people that were in our lives, but
Right.
I was raised by a man, and so the perspective is different. But I know how to iron. I know how to cook. I know how to do
Come on. He gave some skills.
stereotypical women's jobs. I can do that, and I do it with pride. You know what I'm saying? So he had a saying: just because you're poor doesn't mean that you got to look dirty or not clean.
That's
So
right. That's right. Say that
you gonna
thing.
clean up every day. The yard's gonna look good. We're gonna be clean. That's what it's gonna be. But those skills are so very important. But it is up to us to teach. We cannot depend on this public school system, the government,
That's
folks
right.
that want to teach our
That's
kids.
right. But see,
We
that's the
do it.
problem that's going on. They expect the school district to raise our kids. No. No.
But
No.
some of us do. Some of us do, and that's a huge problem.
That's a problem. They want to just drop them off, get up in there, and come back later on. And no, honey,
Yeah,
no,
you cannot do that. It
no,
does not work like that.
no. And
Does
we
not.
see, we see the results of that. We see it.
But it's hard, right? Because again, our family unit has been destroyed. So
Yeah.
now there's no father in the home. And I was just talking about how, hey, they had passed laws. The father goes to jail, comes back, can't be on TANF, can't have food stamps, so he can't be in
Can't
the
do
home, right?
nothing.
And
Yep.
if you let that N-word in your house, we're gonna take your benefits, and you're not gonna have a house to stay at for you and your baby.
All
So now,
right.
over time, and third wave feminism, right?
Well,
Well,
like I
you don't
said,
need no man.
continually perpetuating.
You don't need no man. You could just do it all by yourself. So now the
Yeah.
man who is a concuserve is, well,
Woo.
I don't have any resources. I'm a convicted felon. They're not
Yep.
going to give me anything. I'm barely making it. So now I'm living with this woman and I'm giving her sex in exchange for housing until I have to move on to the next one because the relationship is going to fizzle out because she's on state assistance, so she ultimately doesn't need me.
That's right.
And then I've got my own damage and my own pain that I'm dealing with. So we're just cycling around like bees, pollinating, but
Stop
not
it.
staying.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop the cycle
And now she's raising these babies by herself.
by yourself.
And unfortunately, sometimes the mama was 20 and now the daughter's 20 and she's having the baby. So now the
Yep.
cycle is
Yep.
following.
The
Now you got
cycle
kids
continues.
raising kids.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
And then the grandmother who's only 35 hasn't learned the
Stop it.
lessons of motherhood. I'm just saying. And she can't help the daughter take care of the granddaughter because she didn't get the lessons when she was a mother.
Mm.
And now she's in her 50s and her 60s. Her womb can't produce housing because TANF only works if you can produce children. So now
Come
you're
on.
out here on your own. You don't have any job skills because you were on the state dollar.
Stop it. Stop
That
it. Stop it.
government was your father and took care of your bills. So you have no skills and now you're old.
Now we're talking about the systems that continue to perpetuate these cycles of poverty, cycles of dysfunction, cycles of destruction of the family unit.
You know? And now what does she do? Because I see these women at Salvation Army and the Rescue Mission all day long.
I know you do. You ain't got to tell me.
Right? Because they're damaged. They don't need a man. They've made it without a man. They've had men come in and hurt them. They've hurt men. And now they don't have the resource that they had before. And they're damaged. They don't know how to get along with anyone. And they're just struggling alone.
Lord have mercy.
And the mental health, the drug addiction, the alcohol use. I see it every day. And I try to tell the young ones, please see this. Like I say, I feel like I'm wearing a sandwich sign that says the end is nigh.
Right, right.
I see it. Don't let this be you. Build your circle of influence. Build your circle of support. Find the positive women around you, not the ones that are trying to get you to smoke a bowl with them, turn up with them, because they're not in your best interest. Because as soon as the party's over, they're gone.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
girl, I got to go take care of my kids. I'm sorry.
I'm
They're out.
out. I'm
And
out.
you're by yourself. Hey, girl, if I let you and your kids stay here, they're going to put me out of housing. So, I mean, I want to help you, but I can't.
Can't do it.
But you were kicking it with them, or they're riding with you while the party's there and you got the resources. And as soon as they dry up, they're gone. And you're all alone. And
Yeah,
there's
they
no,
gonna ride that. They gonna ride that to the end.
and you cussed out mama, you cussed out auntie, you cussed out, and oftentimes mama and auntie might be toxic, so you not being around them is actually the best thing for you, sadly. But then
Yeah.
who do you have?
Yep.
And you don't know what a positive male role model looks like because the
Man.
elder females drove the men away, so you haven't seen it, right? And the society that we find ourselves in, the system that you and I are talking about, has made it so that they can't be there and they're devalued. Girl, you don't need no man. Go ahead and go to college. Get you.
That's right. That's right.
Go and
That's
get you
that.
education. You don't need to
That's
depend
you know
on no man.
what? That's what they pumping.
And then you
They
need John
pumping
to
that.
fix your car. You
They
need Paul to
pumping
come
that.
and pay your phone bill for you.
They are pumping that narrative.
You
Tough.
hanging out with this man that you really ain't interested in, but at least he can keep your lights on. This one's picking your kids up from school. And all of it's temporary.
All of it. Mm.
That's why history has to be taught. See, I don't see anyone having those conversations in any spaces. Because that's the hard conversation, right? Because
Child.
typically the black man gets attacked for saying that, right? And right now, we're just talking about what the issue is. That we see it, we acknowledge the pain. And how can we start to work and repair to fix it?
Repair.
Because it's just not working together. It's working together in our relationships.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to do. And we've gone down the rabbit hole of being like the dominant society. Integration, in a lot of ways, has been the worst thing that could have ever happened to us.
Oh, honey, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because we know that. Oh, honey, you don't open up a can of worms. The worst thing that ever happened to our black community and our black children and our black families. No, no, honey, we done went around that. Yeah, it was the worst thing that could have ever happened to us as a people.
Christina says school clothes on layaway is delayed gratification. She said I wasn't allowed to grow over the summer. Oh, I grew over the summer, Christina. It's just my shirt looked like this.
Tell Christina stop her mess. Tell her, child, please, child.
She's in the chat. She's typing that in the chat.
I know that's right. Look, tell Christina stop her mess. Look at her cracking up.
Hey, in the days when they used to sell tennis shoes at Safeway next to the bananas.
Oh, yeah.
Kids called them Safeway sliders or Thriftway. Remember Thriftway? They were Thriftway Thunderbolts. And everybody knew because everyone went to the grocery store. So if you
what are you saying? We had Barkers. We had Barkers, child. And Woolworth.
Safeway sliders.
Child, that is something right there. Lord help us.
The kids think they have they didn't get no Jordans. It's like, yeah, get your shoes next to the bananas at Safeway. Then you got something to complain about. You ain't got no Jordans. Let me take you back in time.
Back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, it happens for all of us, right? Hey, I had to walk, barefoot backwards in the snow to school 6 miles, right? We got our own stories.
You better know it. You better foot it. You better make it there.
Oh, so we lived in Bellevue, right?
You better put your foot in the path and you better make it. You better not miss that bus because if you missed the bus, you was walking.
Look, okay. We lived in Bellevue and we lived in Factoria. And we went to Interlake. There's like 40 black people at this school. And it was like 6 miles away. And Dad, he had to go and teach. And so he's like, look, you don't miss that bus. I got to go.
You better not miss that bus and they don't went to work.
Here's the thing. Your ass better be at school. So, and he beat you. So, Dad's 6'3", 285. And there's no joke. I mean, his hands were like bear paws. So we would miss the bus and we would walk to school, and we wouldn't get to school till 5th period. But
We made
God
it.
have mercy on our souls. If we didn't go to school for at least a part of the day, and we
That's
just took
right.
it all
That's
off,
right. I remember,
oh
honey.
man.
Man, we was running after that bus. Lord, don't let us miss that bus.
It took all day to get to school.
I believe
4.5 periods and lunch to get to school walking.
it. I believe it. Mm, mm, mm.
And I was always afraid of the belt, so I got to stepping. But typically I would wake up.
What you say? You put your foot in the path? Come on, let's go.
Oh, yep, I'll get to stepping. I'm gonna make it to school. Sorry.
Man, this was good. This was good tonight, Marwan. Just chatting it up and talking
Yeah.
about some of that stuff that we're gonna have to deal with. They're not going away. So we need to roll up our sleeves and get busy.
But Christina says, thank you for speaking your hard truths tonight and sharing some smiles. Much respect. I think it is a good time probably to end because we are going on 5 hours and 5 seconds.
No, you are lying.
No, 5 hours. And remember, this is the second time I broadcast today. So
Oh, you do. No, okay.
but this is the work, right? You asked
This
me
is
on what was that, Thursday, to cover this event.
yes, I did.
And that's the lesson, or another lesson. There's so many lessons
Yes.
that we have to be able to teach. This is what that looks like. Someone asks for something of you. If you can do it, then you try to do it. And you understand you've got to measure the level of importance.
Yes.
And obviously, if you can't, you can't, right? But I was able to make the sacrifice to do it. And I knew that the sacrifice was so much bigger because the hours that I lost with Layla today are hours gained for Layla's well-being in this county tomorrow. But not just Layla, all the children in this county.
And you're right about that, Marwan. We have to make sacrifices for the embetterment. And one of the things that I always say, I said, let's reason together here. Let's see what we must do to really be helping one another, because it's going to take all of us. It really is. It isn't something that we're going to do individually. We have to begin to unify and do it in a collective way so that we can be able to transform the outcomes that we really want to see. And I say the outcomes we really want to see.
And
So
I was gonna say you can't help when it's easy. You got to help when it's hard to help too.
That's right.
I think the Bible speaks to that, right? It's so easy to give.
Exactly
It's
right.
easier for a rich man to enter the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the heaven. However, that
sacrifice, it's going to take sacrifice. No,
so
but this is good.
Do know that, and people watch that. People watch your actions. They watch your commitment. They see what you're willing to do, how far you're willing to go for them, how far you're willing to go for the mission. And it's not saying that you've got to just run yourself into the ground. But if it's no skin off your back every single time, then you really don't have any skin in the game. So, and it's going to take that. And it's going to take, this is a marathon, not a sprint. As cliche as that is, it really is.
So you're right. This is the long journey. This is the long journey. This is not the short game. It's long.
Get comfortable. Yeah, my favorite song is "They That Wait on the Lord Shall Renew."
Get renewed. Get renewed.
That's my song.
Get renewed. Yeah, this was a good time to just share and be able to talk about some of these things that we're really concerned about for our community, for our families, our children. And I'm hoping that what they experienced today really have changed the perspective of many, so that those that did hear, because I do believe that truth will prevail. I do believe that. And I do believe that when your consciousness is pricked to what is right, and then you say, well, no, because I believe that there were those there that even that was in that environment that began to think otherwise. And all of those things were manifested as the speaker began to share that there was some twisting of truths going on and realities. And because regardless if they want to admit it or not, you still know it's true. You might have some difficulty accepting it, but deep in your heart and in your consciousness, you know that that is still true. Because I
Yeah.
know, and I can tell you what I know. What I know is when I tell a lie, I still know it's a lie. Whether I'm pumping it or not, I still know it's a lie.
Well, those are facts for sure. I wanted to show on the screen there that Christina shared your article from E-Race with the Kitsap Sun.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, let me go ahead and put that back up there. So if anyone wants to read that story, you can Google, just type in the Kitsap Sun, and it's under the opinion. And if you
Yes.
type in Truth and Reconciliation, that article will come up. Let me see if I could pull it up really fast here. I was
And I'm
trying not to
so
highlight the date.
thankful for all the hard labor because it was definitely a whole crew that came together and began to share their concerns and their and really wanted to address some of what was happening in our community. I'm so thankful for Susie and the team and Daryl. I mean, everyone that came alongside to be able to work on this. It's something that I'm so happy to see how those faith leaders came together and stood in solidarity and say, you know what, we've got to speak back to all of this foolishness. We've got to bring our community to a place where we can work on healing and reconciliation and really deal with some of this hard history. It's not going to go away. We've got to meet it head on and address it, and no, it's not all pretty, but we want to be able to speak truth to all of the history and all of the trauma and everything else that comes along.
Okoye, Kelly Wilkinson is asking, who is they?
The Breaking Bread team from the Kitsap E-Race Coalition. We have our faith leaders that have all come. They've all signed it. So if you look at the end of the article, you'll see all of the faith leaders that came and stood in solidarity. And as you go down, you can see the churches and the different faith leaders from Baha'i, from the monks all the way down to the Baptists, and you can read them for yourself. But
You want me to read the article, Okoye?
yes, I mean, yeah, that would be great. That
All
would
right,
be
let me
excellent.
read it
We
really
can
quick.
close with that. That would be excellent.
All right. A call for truth and reconciliation in Kitsap County's history with racism. This is from the members of Kitsap E-Race Interfaith Group. This was published 10 a.m. August 20, 2021. An open letter to our Kitsap community. Kitsap interfaith leaders prayerfully call Kitsap County to be a community of truth and reconciliation. For the past year, clergy from across faith traditions, as well as community members committed to the spiritual work of anti-racism, have gathered monthly as the Breaking Bread for Racial Justice team of Kitsap E-Race. While other sacred texts and practices may vary, we are united by the common commitment to do justice, love, mercy, and walk humbly with God and with one another. We believe in God of love, kindness, and relationship, who calls us to likewise be people of love, kindness, and relationship. The central tenets of each of our faith traditions affirm the practice of telling the truth about ourselves, turning from harmful ways, and working toward reconciliation wherever God places us. There are hard truths to be told about the history of racism in our own Kitsap County. Land has been stolen, lives taken, whole communities forcibly displaced and relegated to the margins, hate crimes and violence committed. Pain and injury are ongoing among the indigenous, Black, immigrant, Japanese, Latinx, Jewish, Asian, and Pacific Islander and Muslim communities throughout Kitsap. There is hard work to be done to lift up those stories, to rebuild relationships and move toward wholeness in Kitsap. The work of truth and reconciliation moves us toward that which may be deeply uncomfortable, but it is necessary for repairing the breach racism has caused, disconnecting us from each other and undermining the humanity of all of our community members. As people of faith, we believe this begins in deep and meaningful conversations where truth can be heard and collective action can be taken to make amends for past and present harms. There can be no true healing without it. Repair work across communities differ as our experiences with institutional injustice is unique. We in Kitsap can learn from national movements in South Africa and Canada, as well as regional examples in our own country of establishing truth and reconciliation commissions. These movements are committed to listening to the experiences of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and then taking meaningful actions to repair the breach racism caused. Evanston, Illinois, followed their lead by becoming the first city in the United States to officially engage in truth and reconciliation work at the local level. In our own community, we remember how members of the Bainbridge Island North Kitsap Interfaith Council worked together with the Japanese American community to construct the Bainbridge Island Japanese Exclusion Memorial. The memorial stands as a testament of truth and reconciliation right here in Kitsap County. We are asking the leaders and the residents of this beautiful county to commit to bearing witness, testifying, and listening authentically to the people historically pushed to the margins. We invite the community to materially and faithfully support any and all requests by impacted communities for formal truth and reconciliation processes. We invite the community to prayerfully choose together a path to genuine truth-telling that can offer the hope to repair to our county's systemic patterns of harm. We ask Kitsap County residents to join us in prayer and to include the work of truth and reconciliation in their prayers. We honor all the groups across Kitsap County who are having these conversations to move healing forward, and we encourage you to get involved. If you feel called to this spiritual work, we invite you to receive communications about future gatherings and resources from Breaking Bread and Racial Justice at the www.tinyurl.com/Breaking Bread Kitsap. Karen Okoye Vargas, Emmanuel Apostolic Church of Bremerton, Reverend Dr. Susie Bell, Summit Avenue Presbyterian, Deanna Gemmer, Summit Avenue Presbyterian, Derek Polk, Baha'i Faith,
Yeah.
Reverend Aaron Grayson, PCUSA, Seattle Presbyterian Member at Large, Reverend Zan Jacob Brown, Paradis Jewish Community, Reverend Deanna Vandiver, Church of the Larger Faith, Unitarian Universalist, Aaron Naomi Burrows, Reverend Paul Stoom Dyers, Bethany Lutheran Church, ELCA, Reverend Ren Blessing, Grace Episcopal Church of Bainbridge Island, Reverend Kent Shane, Paulsville First Lutheran Church, ELCA, Senji Kandima, Nipazon, Mai Hahaji Buddhist Temple, Dr. Gilberto Perez, Nipazon Mahaji Temple, Rabbi Dario Figuin, Congregation Kol Shalom, Reverend Cindy Roberts, Siebold United Methodist Church, Reverend Zachary Vinson, Cedars Unitary Universalist Church, Reverend Laura Tersaki, Rolling Bay Presbyterian Church, Reverend Stephen Crippen, Grace Episcopal Church of Bainbridge Island, Marietta Nelson Brittle, Interim Vicar, ELCA, Reverend Jessica Starr Rockers, Kitsap UU Fellowship, Reverend Tyler Kirkpatrick, Central Kitsap Presbyterian Church, Tomas Vargas, Emmanuel Apostolic Church of Bremerton, Reverend Dr. D. Eisenhower, Eagle Harbor Congregational United Church of Christ, Dr. Lillian Lockett Robertson, Emmanuel Apostolic Church of Bremerton, and Debbie House. Powerful. Powerful. We want to thank you for joining us this evening. 5 hours, 14 minutes strong, and the second broadcast of the day. What I love about conversations like these is this was a response to CRT or against CRT, what it is and what it is not, and its relation to the Bible. And while we first spent time dissecting the conversation, it actually ended up shifting, and it talked about the work that needs to be done in our communities. It talks about the work that needs to be done with our own community. We talked about the issues that exist. We talked about some of the solutions that we can champion. We talked about how we are currently modeling the change that we want to see, and that we're willing to do the work, as hard as it may be, that we are up to the challenge. We hope that you too will take up the mantle with us and move us forward, not only as a people, but as a community. We appreciate your time. You know we will be back soon. I'll actually be back tomorrow night. If everything holds, I will have Matt Garrett from KCR. And, oh man, I just forgot her name. The executive director of Bremerton Housing Authority tomorrow also. But next Monday is our big show. And that's about being prepared. Winter is coming. Winter is already here. We have been caught unprepared in this pandemic. What are we going to do different? We should have learned from our mistakes. We should learn from the things that we did well, because everything wasn't bad. There was good. And so we got to take the good with the bad, and we can. So join us next Monday at 6 p.m. for The Conduit. I am Marwan. Jill Stanton, thank you for that. Christina's always right on the spot for that. Jill Stanton, BHA. I am Marwan Cameron for Okoye Karen Vargas. Until next time, this is The Conduit.